making. Ready? Here we go.
He's just a script guy.
Yeah.
Nanos firing back after the FBI investigating the sheriff's department over spending. This comes after an article published by the Arizona Daily Star says the department spent funds seized in drug investigations on a cafe for employees at the sheriff's department headquarters.
Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely.
Boom. Am I upset at the FBI? Now, this was 10 years ago, everybody. So, you guys, what we're seeing today play out with the Nancy Guthrie case is going on 10 plus years. Let's just listen to that one more time. Yeah, I mean,
Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely. They should. They get by with saying no comment. Who does that in today's world? Who does that?
oh my gosh. He says no comment about Nancy's case how many times? He has nothing.
Yet they get by with that. And when this thing's all resolved and the case is all over, I challenge him. I challenge Mr. Black to stand up to that camera by himself and say, we have looked at this investigation and we have exonerated, completely find this investigation to be total BS.
Sheriff Nanos explains why he built the cafe so close for his employees at the jail.
How do we get it filled? It's not easy to get somebody in here because you have to, first of all, have a background. But when Chris said, you know, I could get my niece, she does a catering service, she'll come in here and charge us nothing. I thought, well, we don't want any money for it. I didn't want to make money on the deal. I just wanted to give my employees something cheap, a decent meal. You see where we're at. You got 20 minutes to get to a restaurant and back and have your food done. Some places it's not possible. The heck with this preliminary investigation. Why are you doing a preliminary investigation? I want the FBI to send this case, take it away from the director here. He's already showed his bias. He is biased on this case. He's already done that. He's shown it. And I'd like them to take it away from here, send it to Phoenix, send it to Washington, D.C., and start a full-blown investigation.
Sheriff Nanos says that if
Wow,
the FBI
you see how
does
mad he is? Jeez.
He always have hated the FBI. Is it because his reasons he don't want to be questioned of what he's done in the past at the Texas when he was young, or the kind of
No,
wonder?
nobody knew about that. That's all new stuff that's come out. That's what's crazy
Oh,
about this is you know, this is what you're seeing is this has been playing out for you know, obviously a decade, and now we're at the peak where um they're actually going to try, because before they tried and they failed. They literally tried to get him thrown out and they couldn't. So we're just going through these old ones. This one is an old one too, from 9 years ago. You're missing. He responds publicly again. So this is his thing. As he goes on and he goes and he acts all, um, you know, like he's the best ever. Here we go, another Nanos.
$1 million. That is the amount Chief Deputy Chris Radke is accused of money laundering. The FBI released the indictment late this afternoon after Sheriff Chris Nanos held a news conference on the allegations.
This follows our story last week on the whistleblowers who prompted an FBI investigation.
Oh, do we watch this
how
one?
the Sheriff's Department uses
I
RICO.
think we watched this one. But basically, they use the RICO funds. All right. I am just pulling up the next one, but let's check the chat. And where are you signing in? What state are you from, Lee?
I'm in Arizona.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Well, we do have Alina in here. We're going to bring Alina in just a minute. Give her a couple minutes to get ready. And I have a whole bunch of videos that I'm trying to get in order on the poll. Looks like the poll is still going.
I wonder what happened in that 10 years ago, then they had discovered the funds were not allocated correctly to where it
Yeah.
should go. Did if that was ever resolved, or
No, it
it's
pretty
kind of
much just
funny.
went away. It pretty much nothing was really, no action was taken.
Oh, jeez.
But this next video is pretty eye opening because this guy, my computer is there. It is. Okay, so this guy, Sheriff Napier, was the former sheriff before Nanos, and he is now running for mayor of Oro Valley. And so, Sheriff Napier, we're gonna go watch this, but this guy is like, he's like a top dog.
Information tonight into the KEGA 9-year side ongoing investigation by our own Valerie Cavazos into misuse of RICO funds at the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
Moments ago, Sheriff Mark Napier announced he is requesting a state investigation into possible wrongdoing. This comes after former Chief Deputy Chris Ratke admitted in federal court he played a part in a money laundering scheme that spanned nearly 2 decades. In a statement today,
2
Napier said in
decades.
part, after
Oh, I had no
extensively
idea.
conferring with the FBI, obtaining legal advice, and doing considerable research, it appears there may be another avenue available that could be explored. The doctrine of dual sovereignty would allow for the review of this matter from a state perspective to determine whether state laws had been violated with respect to this conduct. This review would allow us to put to rest any additional speculation regarding dispensation of the matter and ensure public confidence in the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Additionally, we could confidently declare that we exhausted every avenue available to us.
And of course, we will continue to follow this investigation. You can go to
All right, we are going through the next one is, and let's bring in Alina. Welcome in, Alina. Crime Scene Collective, welcome
Hi,
in.
how are you?
Good, good. How are you doing?
Good, thanks for having me on again.
Yeah, we're Nanos Watch, and we're about an hour and 20 minutes away.
Yeah,
So,
exciting. So what do you think's going to happen today?
well, I think they're gonna vote, and then nothing happens quickly in city government at all. So I think it's gonna be like wait and see. But what I think is it's gonna come down to lawyers.
Yeah,
And then the lawyers are going to present different things based on what they know and what they think is the law, right? Because there is some squishy parts about this being like it's not easy to get someone thrown out of office, especially when they're elected. So
right.
everybody give her a
Hi,
follow.
Sheila.
Crime Scene Collective. And
Oh my gosh, is that Sheila that I met in the street? I can't see, but
I think so.
oh my
But
gosh.
give her a follow, Sheila. If you met her in the street, it's a small world. Lori, thank you guys. We are going to be doing a t-shirt giveaway here very shortly. The signatures is a whole separate thing. So that's still going on, but that's a whole nother thing too. Even if they get the signatures, it's not complete. It's an uphill battle for that. I'll just put it that
Yeah.
way. So
I saw here in one of your comments, somebody mentioned Gabby Hampton. I heard United Cajun Navy is now active in Nancy's case, trying to find the source. So I invited Mr. Josh Gill to my group, and he's in there now. And so that question is on there in the group, and hopefully he'll answer and give us clarity on whether that that post is true or not. And hopefully in the next hour or so he'll make a comment on that, and I'll let you guys know if he does.
oh, perfect. Awesome. Well, what do you think is going to happen today?
I mean, exactly what you said. I think he's going to try to, I mean, like you said, it's going to get a little bit more political with the lawyers and all that. And I think it's going to get delayed. Even if if the vote does go in the direction of removing Nanos, I think all of the, that's when they're going to get all the lawyers involved to delay it as much as possible to kind of find the loopholes to keep him, in his position as long as he can possibly remain in that position. He's going to try everything. He's going to pull everything he possibly can and call in whatever favors he can. He's going to do whatever he can. Why not? I would too. If this was your career and your job and what you keep the lights on with and feed your family with, wouldn't you too? Like he's got to fight for his career at this point, because what's his alternative? What happens if he does get removed? What's his next step? Does he still receive his pension? Like, is everything going to be okay? Does it just bring him a little bit closer to retirement?
He's doing well, but yeah, obviously he's going to have to probably make the final decision of, like I said a minute ago, is he going to fight with his lawyers, right? Because he has lawyers that are provided to him by the sheriffs. And then the supervisors have their own lawyers.
Right.
And so it's going to come down to if they're going to present what they have on him, right? It's just like any case, like in the court of law.
Right.
Like when you have a plea deal, like, okay, here's what we got on you. If you want to take the plea, okay, well then, you'll get off a little easier, right? And you can just go away and do what we ask.
Look, I'm the last person you want to talk about pleas with, okay? I worked on the Koberger case. Yeah. It's a very touchy subject with me.
Okay. Well,
I'm just, you know what I mean? It's just, but I get what you mean. Yeah. But that's not always the case. But yeah, that's the direction that they're going to move with this. And I definitely understand what you mean. But yeah, and somebody was saying he should retire, and hopefully he will. But again, I don't know the steps. Somebody also mentioned the pension. I don't know that's something that I would be curious to know. How does this affect his pension? Does it, can he still receive it the same way?
If he resigns, he'll be able to keep it, right? If he gets thrown out because there's a criminal investigation because he broke laws, right? Then it's just like anything where if they find him guilty, then he probably won't have that pension. But he will probably try to fight it as much as possible, but he might be checkmated. He might be checked because, like I've been showing you for 10 years. Here's another one we're gonna watch.
Okay.
This was
What do you mean by checkmated?
Oh, checkmating meaning he has no other moves other than to resign.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That would be great.
So let's actually let me. So he also had an incident where a deputy was involved in an SA incident, and he covered for that deputy. And I don't know enough to speak on it other than here's a news report about it.
Sexual assault of a Pima County Sheriff's Department deputy last December.
But here we go.
A turn of events in the sexual assault of a Pima County Sheriff's Department deputy last December, sergeant, I should say. The man indicted is facing charges. An organization now representing deputies wants an investigation into how investigators handled the case from the start. I sat down with Sheriff Chris Nanos to get some answers and talked with one of the deputies wanting an investigation to take place. In a letter sent out to the media from a group called the Pima County Deputies Organization, they're asking Sheriff Chris Nanos to investigate how his deputies handled the reported sexual assault involving two of their own personnel. In the letter, it says PCSD refused to intervene for over 80 minutes while the victim was being sexually assaulted by her sergeant at a house. Meanwhile, Nanos says his deputies did everything they could to help the victim and maintains internal investigations are done after criminal ones.
And so Nanos literally is alleged to cover up SA thing that happened at a party. This was at a party.
Wow.
And because I don't know, I'm just speculating because he knew the people that were involved. He tried to protect them, and this was a big thing in Tucson.
the lieutenant stood outside the residence for over 60 minutes. I heard it was 80 minutes before the deputy actually called 911. And I'm sure it was very frustrating for him because he probably felt like someone should do something. But after a while, he finally called 911.
Sheriff Nanos says he had immediately terminated Ricky Garcia that morning after hearing about the sexual assault arrest. As for an investigation into how his deputies handled it or if they took too long to take action, he says he didn't get the complaint asking to look into the ones responding until 8 months later.
So they fired the guy that
Months.
was exactly. That's why everything in this, I mean, I don't want to talk about it too much, but there's an internal investigation unit and that runs the Pima County Sheriff, like they investigate themselves. And so just there could be some things that happen there when you're investigating your own people, right? And so investigation, they fired the guy, but the people who kind of were trying to cover up what happened, I don't want to say cover up, but they weren't forthcoming like they needed to be. And then Nanos didn't even find out until 8 months later. That seems, it seems contrived.
Later.
Well, yeah.
Think about the deputy who got the call, 911 call, young deputy, and he gets there and he goes, "Oh my goodness, this is the president of the association. This is
That's deflection.
sergeant in my department. This is involving other employees, my partners. I think I'm going to call my sergeant, his chain," and he does. And the sergeant runs out there and goes, "Wow, this is a mess. I'm calling my lieutenant."
Nanos admitting.
Geez, so this, imagine that, like the top people were involved in this, and Nanos still got elected after all this.
Right. And he's literally deflecting right there. He should be sitting there and taking full responsibility and literally eating, crap, like taking, putting it on his shoulders and then promising his community to do better,
No, it's all about protecting the insiders.
Yeah.
Can be slow, but maintains his deputies did nothing wrong.
I think any victim deserves the right to know, especially when she's working for a department that maintains high ethical and moral standards. I would expect that she would suspect that she could get some help in determining what happened and why she wasn't helped. And I think that's all she wants.
Ricky Garcia, the sergeant being charged with sexual assault, is set to appear in court in 2 months.
And I think he got acquitted. I don't know if someone wants to look that up. Can you Google Ricky Garcia? That's his name. I think the case got like, I don't know. I don't want to even talk about. I don't know what happened, but it was like a big thing with.
Wow.
So
By the way, hi Alina. I don't
Hi.
think she heard me earlier. I didn't
Oh
realize
no,
I had
how
a
are you?
mute
Nice
problem.
to meet you. I don't know if we've met before.
No, I don't think so. I'm off and on. I just started chatting maybe yesterday, 2 days ago.
Well, nice to meet you. Yeah, I'll be on for a little bit. I gotta get dinner and all that
Same, off and
situated
on.
for my family.
So this is from, I did this video, so I can actually claim this. I did this video 1 year ago. And this is a formal, I did this video, which is kind of like just showing you how I've been covering Nanos and his shenanigans. It's a formal employee. This is the Pima County Sheriff has come forward with serious concerns regarding Sheriff Nanos's actions, describing him as typical of his behavior. So he filed, and this is somebody that's not the same people we've been hearing from, like Aaron Cross, or this is somebody completely new. So here we go. And this is in a public meeting, and it's kind of funky in the way it is set up, but I don't know why it's like that. Maybe I can make it bigger.
But
Nope.
just imagine how many people who were either kidnapped or some kind of case could have been saved if he were taken out as a sheriff in the early stages. Because I've seen Jim searching And he
Right.
sees all this, you know, maybe people who've been kidnapped or dead or killed and left some clothing, skeleton,
Yep.
bones,
Well, listen to this deputy. He talks about exactly what you're saying is Nanos basically just the way he treats people, and also he treats cases. He says as little as possible. I mean, Holly Dasso is the other case. He's never even made one statement about her. So, but watch this. This is about 3 minutes long.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. You guys probably already know who I am, Kevin Gabitsky. I ran in 2020 against Nanos in the primary.
This guy ran against Nanos, and I mean, I just listen to this guy. This is who I think should run for sheriff next. So if you guys look up this guy, start this. He needs to run for this guy. Listen, he's very well spoken. He'd
was
be
his name?
perfect. I don't know. Here, well, it's Kevin Kabinski.
Your time. I appreciate it. You guys probably already know who I am, Kevin Gabitsky. I ran in 2020 against Nanos in the primary. My issue today is that I thought about this. I wasn't going to say anything, wasn't going to get involved, but I feel that it's really, really important with what's going on that you guys are made aware of this situation. I'll try not to go over on time. Recently, 3 people were just put on administrative leave by Chris Nanos for their stance on this upcoming election. The reasoning and the status behind it seems weird to me, but I think it's something that needs to kind of get exposed. Heather Lappin was put on administrative leave. Aaron Cross was put on administrative leave, and Deputy Garcia was put on administrative leave, all because they oppose Nanos. Heather Lappin posted pictures of an event that occurred over the weekend. Aaron Cross was at this event. They were wearing tan shirts, green pants, no identifiers as law enforcement at all, and signs that said deputies don't want Nanos. For Nanos to go forward and do this, this is typical of his behavior, as I can attest to in the past about this stuff going on. There's other stuff that has occurred that I think you need to be aware of, because to me, that's clear and cut campaign interference. When you do that, he controls now Heather's, who had a fluctuating schedule. Now he controls her schedule Monday through Friday, and he can limit her from 8 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock p.m. at night and not allow her to campaign during these last 23 days.
Crazy.
In addition to that, in the article by Dan Shearer, it clearly states from Nanos's mouth that they're going to do an internal and criminal investigation simultaneously. Well, we just got the AG report back about the situation involving Deputy Jane, and they identified where they don't do criminal and internal investigations at the same time. This clearly contradicts that. So there's many, many issues and problems. I personally have been called by Internal Affairs as a separate entity. I no longer work for the department. I was called by Internal Affairs and interviewed and asked specifically about whether there was an FBI investigation involving Nanos or not. I simply told them I would not answer, said I was not going to confirm nor deny. They were asking me what my political affiliations were about Heather, about my conversations with Aaron Cross, and whether I was talking to Terry Frederick. All of that's inappropriate. I even made a complaint saying I want to file a complaint because I had 3 incidents happen to me.
And that's what they do. They do these insider people that go and start doing little attacks if anyone speaks out. And this is what happened to him. This guy is like, he's just as good as Aaron Cross. Yeah. So I don't know. I just put his name in the chat, but maybe someone could clip him and say run for sheriff. But I do have something I just found. It's kind of funny. I had no idea Sheriff Nanos was Greek.
Oh, really?
And not that it.
I mean, that makes sense now that, like you say that, looking at him, it makes sense. He does look very Greek. What?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not saying anything against anybody who's Greek. I'm not being mean
One
against
of my
Greek.
closest friends is Greek.
Oh no, I know. They're very passionate people. I love
But
my
this
Greek
this other
friends.
guy sounds Polish, so and I'm Polish, so I think he would be a great fit too.
I
I
just
think,
found this
yeah.
article and it's from the National Herald, and for some reason they titled this article Greek American Sheriff. I have no idea why they would title it like Greek, like he's obviously just an American dude.
For
It's not like
votes,
he's
because then he can vote, the Greek community will vote for him. That's just to garner more votes in different types of communities, you know? It's just another, it's a selling tactic.
okay,
That's
well it
all it
goes
is. And
on
they
to
probably
saying
sold that and they probably had that article hit a lot of areas that are very Greek oriented too, you know, that they probably, you know, targeted those, you know, communities and that's how that works. That's the whole journalism, you know, that's how, if I, you know, if it were me, I would do the same thing. I would be like Polish American, you know, or 100% Polish woman decides to blah, blah, blah. And I'd be like, send it to my church, send it to my old school, send it here. They're going to be
yeah,
like, oh my gosh, it's our little Alina. We can't believe
yeah.
it. You
And
know,
so
it's
okay.
smart.
Yeah, well it gets them to read it because they're like the sheriff is Greek. So if they're
Yeah.
watching, it says he's elected sheriff as member of the Democrat Party. He identifies as a Catholic. And
Really?
See,
at
there you
first
go.
glance,
Now you
Really?
got the religious community getting their
Oh
ears
my
perked up.
gosh.
See how many levels he's covering, how many, you know, it's a smart tactic. It's not whoever, if he's got a PR team or however that
oh
is,
my God.
it's smart. I mean, look in your chat. They're already talking about Greek food. It's working.
Greek food is so good. I'm
It
told I have to eat
is.
Greek
Oh
food.
yeah,
But anyway, JLR said that nanos means small in Greek.
yeah. Well here, listen to this.
So what does the article say?
Listen, it says he may appear to have strong ties to Greece. However, he is of Greek descent on his father's side. Oh no, he says he may not have ties to Greece, but his dad, he is the grandson of Louis and Despina Nanos, who immigrated to the United States and settled in Stamford, Connecticut. Are these people like? I'm gonna look them up on Google. Are they
That's
like?
definitely a Greek populated area because I'm from New York, so I know like where all of us, you know, where we emigrated to, and you know where the communities are of the different, you know, countries. So East Coast was big, and so was Australia.
Yeah, good to know. Highly populated there. I didn't know.
Well, anyway, it's yeah, it's interesting that the Greek. I'll just finish this article, but it is I guess for whatever reason they're going to his Greek roots. According to okay, so this is interesting though. Under unclear circumstances, his father, Peter Nanos, later moved to Stanford to El Paso. So that's why he was in El Paso. Is his father moved there, where he married Alice Cook, who also had lived there. And then it goes on here. According to the same records, the Nanos family endured two major tragedies. Their daughter Despina died just one day after birth, and Georgia, one of his sisters, passed away at the age of 23. So anyway, I don't know. This is a weird letter that they're tying it into his Greek immigrants.
Sympathy votes.
Yeah, but it's weird because they're tying it into like the Nancy Guthrie case.
Because they want to personalize him. They want to make people realize that he's, you know, like make him like make people realize that he's a human. He has a beating heart, that, you know, tragedy has occurred in his life too. Come on, guys, let's not be so hard on him. You know, let's put your arm around him and, you know, give him a little, you know, shrug and realize that, you know, bad things occurred in his life too, that maybe, you know, everybody makes mistakes. He's only human. That's the whole angle. It's a mind, you know what, you know, that's what it's a psychologically written, very smartly written article. I got to give it to them, whoever did it. They hit all the, the triggers for the readers, for the audience.
Right.
But
Hats off.
he never fixed the problem though.
Yeah, because this is
This is just
a
like,
smoke and mirrors kind of article.
should I just say he's after the public?
the negative, all the negativity that's being pushed towards them. This is the kind of, give somebody, look at it through different lens and be like, but I get what you're saying about him, guys, but look at him about his life like this. He also has this about him. Do you know this? Do you guys know this about him? They're trying to humanize him,
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess we got a super chat from Sweet Georgia Peach, and I didn't know he had a huge mansion, but she says, "Have you seen his huge Sabino Drive mansion in the guarded community? He gets crazy paid to cover botch cases for fraudsters. He cares more about power than his career and being on their payroll." And that's, I mean, a lot of people don't know, like, Nanos actually helped implement the biggest invasion, and I'm not getting political for anybody in the chat. They don't like when we get political. I'm not getting political, but he actually stayed silent while they basically pushed millions of immigrants into our country. And he could have spoke up, but he actually got paid, not personally, but millions and his department to protect the immigrants in the hotels. I have video. You can Google it, or Nick Shirley, and just type Nick Shirley Tucson. He came to
Oh, I
Tucson.
love Nick Shirley.
Well, here's what happened though. Nick Shirley didn't get popular till he went to Minnesota. I mean,
Yeah.
people knew. So nobody really really heard about these case. They heard about it, but it was kind of like a. And so I actually tried to tag him and say, "Hey, come back to Tucson."
Oh, really?
But he's pretty busy guy. But thank you, Sweet Georgia. I'm gonna have to look on maps where that is, and just, I mean, I can imagine, because he has his Corvette, and I know he was seen driving it in that Sabino area. But
Did you know about that documentary that dropped, I think in like September or October of 25? For it's all about Pima County and like the happenings with the departments and all that over there. I never really watched
send
it
it to me.
fully. Yeah, I
Send it
will.
to
I
me.
have a link. I have it. I'll send it to you. I keep meaning to make the time and really watch it, but I like start it and watch a few things and then I just look into something but I will watch it. But yeah, I'll send it to you. And it was kind of bizarre because it came out, I think, literally like 3 or 4 months right before all of this happened. And some people, brought that up too. Like maybe this documentary brought some unneeded attention on Pima County and, the happenings over there too. But I don't think so.
That's I could do a whole show on what you just said right there. There's so many things that like, I'm trying to just keep it on the surface of what everyone's focused on, but yeah, there's lots of things that that are going on here in Pima County that would raise flags in any other city or state. But what I'm gonna do is we're gonna keep playing these old videos. Look how young he looks.
I know. Well, when I first logged on your show and you were playing these videos, I'm like, wow, he really lost a lot of weight. He looks so different. And then I realized you were playing old videos and I was like, okay, makes sense. I thought all the stress was like reversing him.
Yeah, was that 10 years ago?
Yeah, so this video is exactly from 10 years ago. Now, and that's the thing, is before Nanos got older, he I don't want to say he's married, obviously he's been married forever and stuff, but I think he used his looks and being a bully and being a boxer to like intimidate people, right? Like, so to see him younger and now his mannerisms haven't changed, right? So I have to just run to the restroom. I'm gonna just let this play. It's a little bit longer, but it really will maybe spell out why, like what you're seeing in the Nancy case will come out in this video in all his interviews. So I'll be right back. And this is from 10 years ago, if anyone comes in to ask. And
Okay.
thank you again, Super Chatter, Sweet, Georgia Peach, Reyes, Binky, Kathleen, everybody who's joining as a member. We got a new member. And Skeet 231, Skeet, thank you. So this one, be right back.
A possible investigation into your department.
Well, you probably know what you know because you read it in the paper, and that's how I know about it. You know, I think back in November, Ms. Schmidt had talked to us and done an investigative report on our cafeteria. She reported a number of flaws in our procurement process that we hope to have corrected. We're still working on some things, permits at the jail, those types of things. This was all done prior to me getting here, but we recognize that, yeah, we've made some missteps and we're taking care of that. When it comes to an FBI investigation, I was taken back by that as much as anybody. Here's an agency who, for years, has been known to deny or acknowledge or anything about any kind of investigation. They're famous for that. And yet they confirm Miss Caitlin's sources to her, I'm told. And that I'm told by Miss Caitlin Schmidt, that she called me a couple of days ago and said, hey, what do you know about this FBI investigation? I says, well, why are you asking me about an FBI investigation? You should be asking them. It's their investigation. And she says, well, I did. I said, well, what did they tell you? She says, well, they confirmed what my sources have told me. I said, well, that's nice.
So have you been interviewed by the FBI?
Absolutely not. No. Andy Black from their director for Tucson office talked to me in December. And at that time, the conversation was so benign, he led me to believe there wasn't an investigation. In fact, it was more along the lines of fatherly advice about things that had nothing to do with this. It was almost a bizarre conversation I had with him.
He's lying.
Anything about investigation. And then in January,
Well, I mean,
I got word from one of my
allegedly,
employees
I feel
that
like
the
he is.
FBI
It's my
interviewed me.
opinion.
And so that's when I called
He
Mr.
slips
Box out,
in
the
words that
director here,
you
and
could
said,
tell he's lying.
Well,
"What's
he's
up,
just
Andy? Are you
deflecting
doing an
everything.
investigation?"
You know, he's
And then
changing
I tell him,
the,
well, it's just a
like,
preliminary investigation.
you know, by saying the fatherly advice
Well, I
and,
don't know what the difference
you know,
between
saying things that
preliminary
just
and
don't
criminal is.
matter,
You have
you
to ask
know,
FBI.
like,
But I know that once Caitlin called me, I
off
spoke to
topic.
the FBI and I let them know pretty much how unhappy I was for the you know, I think I told you.
I think I told you.
Ms.
Who
Schmidt
says
should
that?
be on the FBI's payroll. She's done a better job investigating this case
Changing
than
the subject.
has. The FBI's had it for 30, 90.
So
since
somebody
November,
from the
90
FBI
days,
just gave him fatherly
and
advice,
they've
and now
interviewed 3
he's
employees.
talking
They've
badly
not asked for
about
any
the
records.
FBI.
Ms.
So which
Schmidt's
is
asked for
it?
all of our financial
He's
records.
all
We
over
gladly
the
gave it to her.
place.
We
That
cooperated fully with
explains
her.
why he was like this
just
at the case.
recognized her missteps. Was there a
He
violation of some
He's
doesn't
obscure
like
just,
law, as others
FBI.
have
he's
said,
trying
some
to
procurement
confuse
law?
the
It's a
audience. That's what
civil
he's doing.
process
He's
where
deflecting.
we messed up on a procurement issue where we didn't have
Nobody
those
knows
with
what he's talking
disability
about right
get
now.
first shot at a contract. Yep, we probably
He
did.
doesn't go with the
Didn't admit to that.
question. He just
Our
chooses his
mistake.
topic.
Was there
Exactly, because
disability
he doesn't want the
vending
focus
machines
on
already
himself. He
placed
wants
here?
it on
Absolutely. We
everybody
already had them.
else.
They were here. They've been offered the jail. They've even since then been offered here, and they still turned
That's
it
why
down.
he said,
So
I
all
think
of
I
those
told you
things,
before,
those
so-and-so
questions,
should be on the payroll because he
that were
wants the
produced
attention
by
on
Ms. Schmidt,
other
to
people
me,
other than
were
himself.
bizarre.
And that's,
In terms
like I said,
of
he's been deflecting, look, even 10 years
FBI
ago.
investigation of RICO funds, well, that's just crazy.
Now
have
we're talking
access,
RICO funds.
absolutely, and Mr. Black knows this. We have no access to RICO funds. Never have. It goes through the county attorneys. When you want
Word
RICO
salad,
dollars,
yeah.
and oh, by the way, we
That's
don't
exactly
buy
it.
binoculars. And when I came in office, I said, enough of that. We've got enough stuff. So we bought some tasers. Okay,
Oh,
good.
now here's
It's
the
appropriate
prince
expense for
riding
RICO.
in on the
But I can
shiny,
look at our RICO
on the big
dollars and go,
horse. Because when he came
it
in
should be
office, he
put
said,
back into this community where it really
Prove
has
it.
an
You
impact
rumble, so
on
you could tell
crime,
when someone
on
lies, they'll
substance
keep on
abuse and things
talking.
of that nature. So we look at those.
I don't even
nonprofits
think he's blinked.
who
Blink.
and I actually showed up at the door of Youth on Their Own because I heard about them.
Oh,
And
there
I
goes
showed up
one.
at their door and said, Why aren't you
He's
guys
not
applying?
blinking.
This is a great organization who does some great things with our kids. Kids who are on the street homeless or taken away by the courts have nowhere to go, and they make them stay in school. 97% success rate. That's who I'd rather see my RICO dollars go to. Programs like Amastatus, LULAC, Youth on Their Own, YWCA, several of them.
Victoria Hall, yeah.
Since I've been in
100%.
office, over $150,000 to those types of programs. But they're programs that are designed to help our kids stay out of jail.
So your department has never used RICO dollars for either of these cafeterias, cafes?
No, not to my
Oh,
knowledge at
see,
all.
that's
We
what they
thought we
found
had.
out. He
I think
did.
And she, in her article, she mentioned that
I guess they did find
What
out
we
that he
and I were
did use it.
talking about.
Captain James, who was new at the time as
Yeah.
down there,
Get
mentioned
this
to her
out.
that
He's lying the
the
whole time.
refrigerators were purchased with RICO dollars, and that there was some $20,000 purchase. Well, the refrigerator was $4,000, and we thought, as he did, that it was RICO dollars. We checked with our downtown procurement office, who, oh, by the way, also oversees our purchases, and they said, no, it was general fund money. Okay, so he misspoke. Oh, we're hiding something very nefarious of us. See, we did this cafeteria thing based on nothing more than a desire to help our staff. That's all it was. Trying to do the right thing for the right reasons, not worrying about doing things right, black and white. Okay, I get it. Sometimes we have to do that just for appearance, but this office has always been transparent, always. We have given Caitlin every document she's asked. She even asked for documents that when we gave them to her, she said, why did I want this? I don't know, Caitlin, but you asked for it, so we're going to give it to you. We would give you everything you want, any document you want, all of those. The FBI hasn't come by and asked for any of those documents. They've not asked for, hey, can we see your procurement policies and procedures? Could we see your RICO policies and procedures? Could we see your expenditures for RICO? Could we see your expenditures for procurement? You see that? But yet they've had it for 3 months and interviewed 3 employees. You know, I really am, if I'm upset at anybody, I'm upset at the FBI. You confirm something that you never confirm. I understand the paper said, Ms. Schmidt put in her article that they didn't confirm it, but I know she told me they did. So I'm guessing that she probably got confirmation off the record. Well, that's inappropriate too. No matter what the story is, the FBI to me has better things to do. If they don't,
See?
then come out and ask us.
Any
what you can
chance
do.
he gets.
2 weeks ago, we had their corruptions unit call my internal affairs and say, we're slow. There's nothing going on. Do you have anything for us? Well, if I'm managing a case that I think is that critical and important, where I'm involving a law enforcement agency, one of the largest ones under my jurisdiction, I think that's pretty critical. I think that's pretty important. And I would turn to my staff and say, and I do, because we investigate cases for other agencies, and I say, it's important to them. So you get it done and do it completely, thoroughly, and oh, by the way, timely. 90 days, 3 interviews of employees who, for all I know, are just upset at for some reason, but nothing more. No request for records, no request for financial stuff, no talk to the sheriff, nothing. So
You see where this FBI battle is coming from, and the battle with the county supervisors.
yeah. Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely.
Yeah.
They should, they get by with saying no comment. Who does that in today's world? Who does that? Yet they get by with that. And when this thing's all resolved and the case is all over, I challenge him. I challenge Mr. Black to stand up to that camera by himself and say, we have looked at this investigation and we have exonerated, completely find this investigation to be total BS, because that's what it is.
Ego is so
Ooh, hear that?
evil.
Because they won't confirm or deny.
Look how he's like picking a fight. Like he's literally boxing with the FBI in his words. Like, see how he sits back and he's like,
Yeah.
I mean, and that's where we're at today is like, he could literally have tried to smooth over some of this stuff with and he always tries to just fight back.
So like earlier in can you pause it for a second? When you were in the restroom, the interviewer asked, have you been interviewed by the FBI? And he said, no. And he was just like very, dramatic, like, no. And then he goes, I don't remember if he mentioned the FBI agent's name, but I think he did. And he goes, but he did talk to me several months ago. So he's kind of like changing it. Like he didn't interview him, but he did talk to him several months ago. And he said, it, it wasn't necessarily about this, we kind of talked about other things. And he goes, it was a wonderful conversation. We kind of talked about blah, blah, blah. And he goes, it was like fatherly figure, or it was like fatherly advice, and he was just very, a complimentive of this conversation. And then not even 2 seconds later, he's talking negatively about the FBI. So it's like, which is it, buddy? You want to compliment the FBI, and then 2 seconds later, you're saying the FBI could have done a better job in this and this and that. And now even here, he's talking again, not in such a positive tone. And this just shows that he's going in every direction. He's pointing fingers and wants to talk about every other person but himself, right? And he even says, to this person, to this woman, he's like, I think I mentioned to you before. And then he says somebody's name. He's like, they should be on the payroll and this and that. It's like, what are you talking about? You're talking in circles, dude. Like stop and focus, like, did you take your medicine today?
He must be a bad listener. I don't
Clearly.
know, but jeez.
Well, there was back in the day, like in the 80s and the 70s. Well, let's just say from like the 50s all the way until the 80s and even the 90s. There was always like a morale within the police, right? And so like smaller departments, it still happens today, right? And that's what I think is back to that good old boys network, and he gets the people who are on his side to fight for him. I mean, I have them, sometimes in my chat or in my comments, and they'll, they support him.
And you know for sure that it's him
in the chat.
Yeah, because like I see other people out there that think that it's him jumping in their chats,
not him,
and I know
just-
it's not,
No, not
but
him.
I know that
no.
you're local and probably have
No, it's not him, but it's supporters of him.
Oh, okay, I see what you
But
mean.
I did notice one time, like I was on my personal Facebook, and you know how it suggests friends to you?
Mm-hmm.
Like for whatever reason, he was suggested to be my friend. And so usually
we all know what that means.
they went,
He's doing a little peeping over there.
I think he was at home one day by the pool, like looking up my name on, and because I didn't add him as a friend, but
he wanted you to.
So people are asking, it is 4:20.
BFF.
The thing about is I can be friends with anyone. And like I would like to just, because I've never met him. I met Lappin, Heather Lappin.
I thought you approached him. I watched that when you went up to him and asked him questions.
I don't count that as actually
formally meeting him.
That does count. It does, but like Heather Lappin, I met and actually talked to her for a couple minutes, and it was like, I didn't like surprise her, right? Like I surprised.
Nanos.
But
yeah, you did kind of jump out of the bushes there.
Yeah, but he is kind of a hothead, and the other day he was seen, like, to me, with everything going on, right, for him. And this is where maybe he just doesn't care. Like, okay, so you have a Corvette. Would you drive that to the sheriff's department for work? Like on duty?
Absolutely not. No, I'd get like a beater and have that as my, office vehicle, especially during this case,
It sends a message.
Depends the type of job they had. Right. I mean.
Well, I don't think I think it makes him look like a hothead, because you're going to work.
And we know he has a different car. Like for a fact, this person must have a different vehicle, like the Corvette cannot be your everyday, 365-day, vehicle, right?
When
so
he
has
meeting,
another option. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. He had a different car.
Yeah. So we'll try to keep watching this. I don't know. It's pretty long. I don't know. how much more I can watch of Nanos.
I don't know. I never see people just because they drive some luxury car means that they got money. I never see it that way. I always see that, oh, they know a lot. They owe a lot of money in most
Exactly.
cases. Because the people I know that they don't dress like who got money, they don't dress like they don't show it. Like
Right.
what they have in their pockets. They're pretty,
Well,
secretive
yeah,
for
he's
the
been
most part.
sheriff, and he was sheriff with Adelita Grijalva now and Raul Grijalva. And if you look at the United States of America, our district literally is the trafficking route for drugs into America. I mean, there's other ones,
Yeah.
but if you were to like count how many there are, the big ones, there's like probably 3 or 4, and we're one of them, one of the biggest.
Right.
It's all right through his district for the last 20 years. And he never, have you heard him ever go, hey, help me guys, I'm getting unloaded by.
Yeah.
So this to me, he's a plant, and he has been for a while, and now he's falling on he's the scapegoat. But there's so
Yeah.
many people, and I can't bring it up today. Maybe one day I will, about how dirty this place is. It's
This
not.
makes so much sense, everything that you're saying, honestly. Like, it's like, like I have this whole idea in my head, or like, how everybody has their theories, and things that you're saying kind of is connecting some loose ends, and it makes sense. I get what I probably, right, when you do come out with it, but I think, yeah. That was actually one of my questions. I was thinking in my head, how do I present a question like this? But I think you just answered it. Everyone's like, what the hell? But yeah, it makes sense. And he's probably not only trying to save his job tonight, but probably trying to save his life.
I think, I
Oh,
mean, like I said, I think he'll be all right if he just leaves. I mean, he could just retire off. Like you said, someone said he has a mansion. He's got, I mean, he could just go enjoy your family, dude. Like, leave
exactly.
everybody alone. I mean, come on, because as much as like what he's putting the public through and has been for years, it, like it's
But
sad
maybe,
because
right, but that's what I mean. Like, maybe he just can't yet, right? Like, maybe there's certain jobs that need to be finished before the next person comes into office, because that person really is going to have their eyes opened and going to do all this stuff that needs to be done, right?
no,
Where right now,
no, no.
he's
That's what I'm
got his
telling you.
blinders on. No.
What's happening? What's gonna happen? Okay.
Hmm.
I'm just speculating, so I'm just some dude
This is
here.
all
Okay, go
allegedly.
speculate.
Yes.
I'm
As
just
long
some
as you
dude.
say allegedly, you're good.
Yeah.
Well, the thing they're just want to replace him with somebody that they can control more. The local Democrat politicians.
Mm.
So this isn't if they get
Not
him to
gonna make it.
remove. Yeah, they just fill his position with another Democrat. Not that
Mm.
I'm saying that's bad. Like, it could be great, like you're saying, that they'll come in and it'll probably be good, right? I'm not saying it's bad. But this
Mhm.
isn't like an election where it's going to go to an election until after the 3 years is up.
Right.
So then it'll be a new caller. Yeah, new callers. We'll put anyone who wants to come in and chat. You guys can stay in as long as you want, and we'll bring in other people.
Yeah, before yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm gonna head
I do
out
have
soon.
a
My
question,
family.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. And then I've got text from my
Yeah,
family
my
saying we're
question
hungry.
is, oh yeah, before you go, Helena, yeah, this might be a good question to answer to. Um, if regardless whether he gets fired or not, or he retire or resigns, and let's say the case they finally found a suspect and they have to put it in a in a court case, can Nanos be put in a stand even he's taken? I know he's represented as a sheriff by the county,
If he
but
worked on the case,
Yeah, well, if they say, okay, the case happens, they found, because they have a suspect, and of course there's this court case going on, and they have people come into a stand. Can he be put and called in as
And
far as
I
Nanos?
remind me the beginning of the question. Is this if he gets removed or if he retires?
Whether he resigns or he gets
If he
fired
resigns,
or not.
if he
And
resigns, the case will be handed over to the next in line, like whoever takes his position. But
really,
if like during the trial, they have every right to call him to the stand because he is active in the, in the investigation of the case.
oh, even though he's
But
no
he will
longer
no longer be
represented by them
actively working the case, but he can be called to the stand
as an individual.
because he was investigating the case when he was an active,
Ooh, that
duty
would be great.
officer.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm pretty positive on that. I'm like 99%
Yeah, I would
sure on
think
my
so.
answer.
Yeah, because it happened the time when he was a sheriff. If he, when, he gets
Yeah.
fired, or that would be great. Nice talking to you, Lena.
All right. Well, it's nice meeting you. And
See you
I'm
later.
going to keep it. So what's going to happen with the vote? Is it like, are they going to announce it right away? Do you know how long it's going to take?
Oh, I don't know. You know, it's probably not going to be quick. I haven't looked at the actual thing. I don't know if they have it in order. So, we will see, but it's probably going to be what they do is like at the beginning they have like their proclamations,
Mhm.
proclamations, right?
Proclamation, documentation,
Proclamation.
something. Yeah.
And then they will do a uh the public speakers. So we might hear some good public speakers that are talking about everything like last week. And then they'll go to like their agenda. And so we'll just see. But I'll let you go feed your kids and come back later if you're
Okay.
able.
Don't
If
forget to
not,
follow me on YouTube, Crime Scene
yep.
Collective, and
Crime
on
scene.
Facebook and Twitter or X, all the platforms. And Scene is SEEN.
Okay, I put it in the chat.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, see
All
ya.
right. I'll keep an
All
eye
right,
out. All right. Bye.
bye
Bye,
bye.
Lee. All right. Bye.
Bye, Lena.
Are you gonna stick around, Lee?
I'll be getting off here in 2 minutes and then be back a little bit later. So I would like to
Okay.
hear.
All right. Well, I'll keep. Yeah, just whenever you need to go. I'm gonna mute it because we're gonna play this video. The volume's kind of.
Yeah.
And I do have. We're gonna do the T-shirt contest. I'm gonna set my clock here for a couple minutes, and we're gonna do that. I gotta think of a word. So let me think of a word, and we'll play
Did
this.
you reach out to them after this story was published?
I reached out to him. What is today's Friday? No, Caitlin told me she was writing the story. In fact, I told Caitlin.
All right, I'm kind of done with this video already, so we're gonna fast forward to now a more recent video because I kind of want. There's a couple that I wanted to get to before the meeting today. This is it. So this was from 1 month ago. Dan Abrams. I didn't even know he had a channel, but he interviewed Brian Inton. Did you know he had a channel, Dan Abrams? I don't know if she can hear me,
I
but
never heard of who Dan Abrams is. Is he well known? What?
he's just he's he's an announcer, a reporter. So I'm just gonna play this for a minute. I haven't even seen it, so we're watching this together for the first time. It's the questions: what went wrong? Sheriff Nanos's biggest mistakes in the Nancy Guthrie case, and I'm gonna put my timer for 5 minutes until we do the T-shirt contest. So 5 minute ticker, and we'll start it. And what you're gonna do, let me make sure I get it set up real quick. Are you gonna enter the t-shirt contest, Lee?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So we are gonna do, we'll just do, so the code to enter, no, you don't need anything to enter. Anyone can enter free. This is just for fun. It's ran by StreamYard under all the guidelines that are needed. So you just need to put hashtag love. Hashtag love. And then we'll do that for about 5 or 10 minutes. 15, we'll see how many we get, and then we'll do the drawing. So just put hashtag love in the, and let me just, this, it has to look just like that.
Where do I enter that to?
Into the
I
comment
don't
box.
know.
Into the comment box. And then in a minute, this will automatically pick everybody who entered that hashtag, just like it looks on the screen right now. And it'll pick one automatically. And then I will send out a t-shirt that kind of looks like this in the top left corner of the screen. So we're going to play this video, but just like it looks like we already got 76 entries already, almost to 100. So just like it looks, if one of the mods can put something in the chat and I'll pin it, or let us, whoever's coming in new, let people know what's going on. Let's go back to this Dan Abrams. Actually, yeah, let's do Dan Abrams and then we'll do this one. All right, so this is Sheriff Nanos' biggest mistake. It's Brian Inton and Dan Abrams.
What are the strongest arguments that have been made about why he has screwed up the Guthrie investigation?
Two big things, and it really stems from the beginning. Didn't call the FBI in soon enough. That he should have realized that they couldn't handle it on their own, and that he waited a couple of days to call the FBI in, and that he cleared the crime scene. But it kind of goes deeper than that. You know, a lot of people in his department don't like him. He, from what I'm told, gutted the detective unit and the homicide unit.
And that's the other thing is, yeah, he took all the experienced homicide investigators and demoted them and put new people in that never even have been in homicide. And that's just crazy. But we do have 129 entries only. We have 800 people in the chat. How are we only getting? Make sure you have it spelled just like this. Type hashtag love and you will automatically be entered for free. Share it out. Let's try to get that to, I mean, I know everybody wants, hey, don't it? We want to have it lower people entering it, but I don't, we'll do this more often. So all right, we're going to just finish watching this. We are about 23 minutes away from showtime of the meeting. This is Dan Abrams and Brian Inton.
Hey, welcome to the show. So later in the show, I'm going to be talking about a under the radar ruling that has come out of New Jersey, which could literally mean exactly who they want as the New Jersey U.S. attorney. And Democrat, the sheriff is a Democrat, and he addressed the concerns about the sheriff.
I think that's part of it. Look, I have had some concerns with leadership of the department for some time, and in particular,
That's
what
an
I'm hearing
understatement.
most recently is that there's now been some reporting in a local paper here in Phoenix with the Arizona Republic that the sheriff misrepresented his work history, withheld a lot of disciplinary history that he had when he worked for El Paso Police Department before coming to Pima County to even get a job, and that kind of omission is a very serious thing to have when you're the head of a law enforcement agency like this.
Well, it's also a very serious thing to have when everyone is looking for your head, right? This is what happens when people start to pile on. They start to look at resumes. I'm not saying it's not a big deal. I'm just saying that, this guy is now under fire from a lot of directions. All right. Now, remember last week, and we talked about this. This is number 4. He was interviewed on NBC, and he starts to sort of say what he thinks happened here, but couches it in kind of vague terms. Let's listen.
Do you think that this suspect could strike again, whoever did this?
Well, absolutely. We believe we know why he did this, and we believe that it was targeted, but we're not 100% sure of that. And so it'd be silly to tell people, yeah, don't worry about it. You're not his target. Don't think for a minute that because it happened to the Guthrie family, you're safe. No, keep your wits about it.
That's a big thing. That brings even, I think it could be a burglary gone wrong. He's telling people right there. It's not, it could be, I think it could be someone else that's out there that might do it again. Why would they do that to an 84-year-old woman?
I want to ask you, what do you think happened? I forgot what you may have said
Yeah,
before,
well, I'm not
probably.
going to go too much into that right now just because we're about to do the meeting soon, but
Okay, did it change?
mainly I think it could be burglary gone wrong or some sort of revenge. The ransom doesn't really, so it's either burglary gone wrong or revenge.
Revenge, which means what do you call it? Not involving money, or
Well,
against
it
Nancy
seems
and
like it
Savannah,
seems
or
yeah, I mean if they were to tell us that the ransom notes were real, then that changes things. But right now, we just don't know if they're real. I mean, they won't tell us.
maybe
Even though,
even. Go
yeah.
ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, so it could be ransom, but they haven't told us if it's real, if they're real.
It could also be revenge against, Annie or Tommaso. What if someone owes someone and they, look, you owe me something, or otherwise I do this to you, kind of like that,
Yeah.
possibly. But
I
anyway,
hope we find out one day, but here we'll finish watching this and then I'm going to pull up the meeting because the meeting starts here soon.
Also, now this recall effort, and you have this Republican congressional candidate who is now kind of using this as a big political issue. But where does this leave us when it comes to the investigation? Well, there is no better person to ask that question to than Brian Enton, who is the senior national correspondent for News Nation, who has been on this case since day one. And he joins us now. Brian, thanks for coming back. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Dan.
All right, so let's start with issue 1 of this recall. Is this thing real? I mean, does it look like he actually might get recalled?
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure it's real because there's a lot of people who don't like him in Pima County. He won the last election by only roughly 400 votes, so it was very, very close already. And yeah, it's a real thing. And basically, he could either retire or there could be another special election if the recall goes through. I'm told there's immense pressure for him to just retire on his own. I know there's going to be a county meeting next week where I believe the supervisors there, the county supervisors, are going to talk to him. And I know that behind the scenes, there's already been pressure for him to retire. But, he's an elected sheriff. I mean, it's a powerful position anywhere, especially in Arizona. So they can't fire him. They can't just push him out.
When is his term up?
Another 3 years, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's got a ways. He's got a ways to go. He responded to the effort by saying, "We're aware of the recall, and it's the right of the people. We'll always honor the will of the people, and that's what makes democracy." How does this recall work? They have to get a certain number of signatures.
Yeah, they get a certain number of signatures. I forget exactly how many, but it seems doable. And then they file them, and then it's pretty straightforward.
And then there would be let's listen to, this is Gutierrez. This is the congressional candidate he's a Republican who's running what I think most people view as a longer shot campaign, but this seems a popular issue now to go after the sheriff there. Let's play number 6. This is congressional candidate Daniel Gutierrez talking about the effort.
Damn.
Police in Pima County had a unanimous vote of no confidence in Sheriff Nanos last week. And it's also come to light that the sheriff had to resign from the El Paso Police Department after packing up a laundry list of infractions. What do you think the final straw was for those officers?
The final straw was the false resume. That was the one that caused them to take a vote. To me, I've been watching Nanos for a while because I've been traveling the southern border, and as you know, Pima County borders along the border.
Yes,
and
it does.
for 4 years, drugs had poured across that border by drug runners and backpacks. Mr. Chilton, he's a rancher along that border, has filmed it for 4 years, and he's got images of thousands of drug runners coming across the border, the exact path they take, the exact time of day, and he's given it to law enforcement, and there has been one arrest.
So this is about more than, of course, the Nancy Guthrie case. This is just the straw that broke the camel's back.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying.
And Nancy Guthrie was the final thing, and I've been out to Nancy Guthrie's. It's a shame that crime has risen to this point in our community. And I can't blame just Nanos. We have failed leadership in Pima County.
All right. So as I looked this up in terms of what do you need for a recall, signatures required in Arizona, you need 25% of all votes cast at the last election for all candidates for office held by that elected official. So it would mean that you'd need 25% of the number of votes that were cast in the sheriff's election to be able to get a recall. And that's what they're trying to do right now. You have 120 days to collect the signatures, 60 days to complete signature verification, et cetera. And so these are all the requirements.
This is Dan Abrams, and this is great because it's really putting us into where we are today. The recall, people are asking how many recall. It's a lot of signatures, but I'm going to talk to Dan this week and see how many he has.
I mean, Brian Enton, as far as you know, is the sheriff concerned about this?
I don't really get that sense. I mean, his statement didn't really surprise me because when I interviewed him and asked him about criticism, and this was before the recall effort, he kind of gave me the same line of just like, well, I was elected and this is a democracy. And if people aren't happy, then they wouldn't have elected me and they can vote me out if they don't like me. So he kind of goes back to that. But I'll tell you, like from the moment I was on the ground there in Tucson, there was a sense that just a lot of people don't like the sheriff and that this had been an issue for a long time, long before Nancy Guthrie. And I mean, the vote of no confidence, unions a lot of times in other stories I've covered always kind of have an issue with the boss, but this just felt different. I mean, even during the election, I had never heard of this before, and there were pictures. The deputies were outside the sheriff's office with signs for his opponent, and they had masks on so that they couldn't be identified, so that Nanos wouldn't come after them. Granted, I'm sure he could figure out who they were, but it's really contentious there with Nanos.
So what are the strongest arguments? And I'm not asking you to endorse them. I'm just asking you to tell us, what are the strongest arguments that have been made about why he has screwed up the Guthrie investigation?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a great question. We are watching Dan Abrams. It's titled Sheriff Nanos's Biggest Mistake in the Nancy Guthrie Case Exposed. We are 13 minutes away from showtime. Thanks for tuning in. We're about to do, after this video, we'll do the free t-shirt giveaway. No entry. All you got to do is type in #love. There is only 185 entries. So there's 865 people in the chat, and there's only 885 entries. So you guys, whoever entered, you are going to there's only 185 out of the 874. So we'll give it a couple minutes. We're gonna just wrap it up watching this, and then we're gonna jump right into the live meeting. The showdown for Nanos is coming.
Really stems from the beginning that he didn't call the FBI in soon enough. That he should have realized that that they couldn't handle it on their own, and that he waited a couple of days to call the FBI in, and that he cleared the crime scene. That's when we were able to go up and get the blood video. That he didn't keep it all locked down. I mean, that he just did a quick search and then opened things back up and didn't call the FBI until later. But it kind of goes deeper than that. So a lot of people in his department don't like him. And so he, from what I'm told, gutted the detective unit and the homicide unit. So the average experience that detectives in that unit have is about 3 years. And then the guys who were there for 15 or 20 who supported the other candidate, who was also someone within the sheriff's office, by the way. So it was really heated. He demoted them all or moved them out. Like, there were guys I met who, were detectives for 20 years who are now like on desk duty answering the phone for, your bike is lost, and that's their job now. He's like punishing people that way. So it's just fact. He never really fought us against this when we reported it. The detective unit is very, very young.
Right. Let me play another piece of sound. This is again from Pima County Supervisor Matt Hines. This is number 2 on News Nation last night being.
All right, this guy that we're going to watch is Matt Hines next, and he is the one who's been spearheading that, the whole thing about getting Nanos to resign or get fired, whatever it is going to be. But welcome into Devil Dog _88. Thank you for your service to the country, Devil Dog 88. Semper Fi, he says, and he has a great channel. He's been covering the Nancy Guthrie case. I've been going over there and even made a video with his dog. Cute dog he has. But shout out to Devil Dog _88 saying hello in the chat. First time I think he's been here. But welcome in. Yep, exactly, Blue Agave. It's a small world here in Tucson. We are getting close to the live meeting and the live t-shirt giveaway. Now, when you type the giveaway, make sure it looks just like this. Capital L and then the rest lowercase. I got to run to the restroom real quick. I'm going to let this play. Welcome in. Welcome in. Here we go.
Asked if this recall is too extreme.
Look, and I can't speak for the recall effort. I'm not involved, and I don't represent them at all. But what I am detecting from my own office and from my own role as a supervisor, hearing a lot of frustration, not just about this Guthrie investigation, but it's an accumulation of frustrations with the sheriff and with his leadership. So I understand why there is a group that's interested in doing this, and that's their right. That is their right to recall any of us. Sounds like he might be frustrated with my leadership too, because he said that was a blanket statement there that I heard. But it's truly, in my view, the concerning situation here is having the head of our largest law enforcement agency in Pima County be willing to potentially lie under oath in a deposition and to omit disciplinary history in his own work history. That is not confidence inspiring for the people that he's leading or for anyone in the community.
Brian Enton, when I hear a fellow Democrat who is a county supervisor there in Pima County not remotely defending the sheriff against a recall effort, you got to believe that he's in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think this is a partisan issue. In fact, there's another guy there that a lot of people want to be the sheriff who is also a Democrat. So it doesn't feel Democrat Republican to me. And yeah, I mean, you heard what the supervisor said. A lot of it comes down to, you know, him never saying that he was sort of forced out of the El Paso Police Department decades ago, that he had I think he was suspended 8 times there. But what they're zeroing in on when you heard him say about lying in a deposition, you know, when he's been on the record before, he never acknowledged what really happened in El Paso. And so that's the issue they're really trying to nail him on now.
All right, let me ask you a final question about the investigation. Is this still ongoing? I mean, is there still, are they still actively investigating, or is it more passively in the sense of just hoping something's going to come in?
No, it's active. And I will say, to give the sheriff some credit, it seems a lot more organized now. They set up this task force that the FBI seems to be more in control of. And so there's a handful of detectives from the sheriff's office that are full-time on the task force, and then a ton of FBI agents, and they all actually meet at the Tucson FBI office. Like, that's their headquarters, and they're all on it full-time. I mean, 24/7. So it's still active for sure. And I mean, I talk to a bunch of neighbors in the neighborhood almost every day. They're still out in the neighborhood constantly. I don't get the sense that there's some pressing lead that's come in that, we're going to see a huge development in the next couple of days or weeks. But my sense is still that it will be solved just because of the resources from the FBI. I know they're still waiting on the DNA. And I just think it'll either be DNA that finally comes through with genetic genealogy, or there'll just be some kind of lucky break. Some kind of lucky break will pop up. Someone will call in a tip. I think that's going to happen.
That's what we need. We need a tip. I mean, this guy, like I said, if he lives in Tucson, somebody recognizes that body, that face.
Yeah.
And
even underneath the mask. And I apologize. Lee, are you still here? I know you're
Yes, I'm here. No worries.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Good. All right. We'll get back to it. And then I got the meeting pulled up, but right now it's just intermission music is playing. So
By the way, I'm sorry. Is that shirt 100% cotton?
No, I doubt it. It's
The one,
more,
the 857 shirt you have?
Oh yeah, no. Let me see what it is. Now, if you do order them, or if you get, it might be a blue color.
Okay.
Because some of the colors, we got this new blue one in, and same shirt, it's just blue, but some of the sizes on the other color we were out. So
like small? I'm very small.
yeah, we have medium, but I can get some smalls made.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I can get some small. If you order a medium and just put small in the comments, I'll get some small. This is 60% cotton,
Okay, that's not bad.
40% polyester, but it's real soft.
Cool.
Yeah. So it has the map on the back, but then the map
that's
you
a
can kind
pretty
of see
color.
has Catalina foothills up here, but we'll yeah, so some people might get a blue. They might get a blue. If you want to get a blue instead, just let me know, but let's get this. The meeting is we're still waiting for that to start. So
for Brian Enton to say that, who's been covering this from day one, I think it's a big statement. You think that that's in the relatively near future?
I do. I don't, I mean, the people I wouldn't, I mean, I came home after 44 days, so I wouldn't have come home if I thought it was going to be like any day now, you know? But I do think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be like years from now. They're just working too hard, and the FBI is too involved now. It's shifted away from the sheriff's office to more of an FBI investigation. And I was looking at stats yesterday. I mean, for an abduction or a kidnapping like this to go unsolved by the FBI is it's almost never happened. I think there's like one from the 60s. So I just think statistically, and I think it's going to be solved. That's what my gut tells me.
Yeah, and that's what the people on the ground, I guess, are telling you too.
Yeah, but again, at the same time.
All right, that one is over. But I think it is almost showtime to do the giveaway. And then right after that, we'll go right into the meeting. Did you enter, Lee?
I sure did.
All right, and thank you. Devil Dog has become a member, and give him a follow as well. Devil Dog, he's got a great channel. He's been covering Nancy Guthrie too. So Lee, make sure you give him a follow, and thank you for your service as well. Devil Dog 8_88. That's awesome. We're almost gonna do the contest, so let me pull that up. I want to get the last. I don't want anyone to be left out.
Yeah, I want to say hello to Shauna Rose. Sorry if you're not being ignored. Just there's so many people and the thing is crawling fast. So
Okay, yeah, it happens.
yeah. Anyway, hello
So
to you as well.
yeah, so everybody make sure you put it in just like Nana did. #love, and you will automatically be entered. Now, what's gonna happen is, and the entries are still coming in, so I don't want to let we're gonna watch this for a minute and just chat. And maybe, just give it until the meeting starts. Maybe I know people have been waiting, so I know they hate that, but I would hate for someone to just come in and then just miss the opportunity. So hopefully you don't have anywhere to be. Hopefully you're sitting in that comfy spot in your house, like everyone has that comfy spot that they're hanging out in, and you're not in a hurry. But pretty soon, I got 1 minute till the meeting's supposed to start. Now here's the thing: is will it start on time? I don't know. But let's see, we got almost 300 people that entered. So they're still coming in. So we're just killing a little bit of time. I'm going to check the meeting. And then again, make sure you give Devil Dog a follow. Looks like he's just starting his channel, and he seems to be really smart, obviously. And I don't know if he was in law enforcement as well, but I think he has. So what do you think is going to happen? You think Nanos is going to be gone, Lee, after today?
No, not. Unfortunately, he sounds like a stubborn guy. The fact that even 10 years ago that he has been an issue, sheriff, that for some reason he was able to drag it all the way up till still today. So, but I do feel confident that he will be gone. It's just gonna take time to get him out. Um, I'd say maybe before the fall comes in, a lot of things are gonna come out to where it would point back to him and hurt him, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your awesome input today, and that's awesome that you've just been so open to come on the show and just hang out and share your opinion. And so if anybody else wants to do that as well. Barbara, that's a good question. Barbara says, why don't they fire him? Does anyone know? Well, the main thing is Nanos is an elected official, so it's not that easy to just fire. Thank you, Kathleen. Great job. Thank you, Kathleen. And Shogun, welcome in. Perfectly Me, welcome back. Thank you, Katie. Yeah, 857 is the first 3 digits of our zip code. Did you know that, Lee?
Yeah, I finally figured it out. I drove to Tucson in February 21st. At that time, I think I saw Nancy's. I was just on my way to Mount Lebanon,
Okay.
so that
We're
I think they just had put down cones at that time. It was like a one-way
okay.
thing,
Yeah.
street.
That's okay. Well, the thing is, the meeting just started, but I want to
Okay,
get
cool.
this
I'll
contest
meet.
going. We're gonna enter. We're gonna do the contest now. If you do win, um, we're not missing anything on the meeting, but I'm gonna do the drawing right now. Now, what's gonna happen? I'm gonna hit draw, and then it's going to you're gonna see all the people's names come up that have entered, and then it'll pick one. Now, whoever wins, you got to email me within 5 minutes your screen name exactly the way it looks, and we might have to have you identify yourself by some previous comments that you made in the chat or something, by channel activity. I don't know. We'll try it, but here we go. Here's the email if you win. We're going to do it right now. Last chance to enter. You got to do capital L, Jen. Capital L O V E. Capital L O V E. And here we go. We're going to enter Lee. Good. Let's wish him good luck. All right, here we
Good
go.
luck, everyone. Cross
We got
fingers.
people are still coming in. Let's see if we can get 1 or 2 more in. I'm going to count it down to 10 seconds and then I'm going to draw it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're drawing 333. 333 people entered. Here we go.
Woohoo!
Barbie's AIZ2834. Email me. You are the winner. You got 5 minutes to email Barbie's. Type in the chat and then just let me know you're going to email me. I'll be watching my email. That's who the winner is. And thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you so much, Mary. Barbie, are you in the chat?
What's your email again? Is it 857live@gmail.com?
Yep.
Okay,
Now,
there
she
you go,
might
guys.
not be in here. So we got it. Oh, there she is. There she is. Email me 857live@gmail. I will and put the size in the shirt. I saw her name. I just saw it. There's so much going on in the chat. The chat is going fast. Let me see where it is. Say your name again. Oh, where is it? Welcome in, Juanita. In Alabama. Just email me. There it is, Barbie's.
Yeah, I see her. There she is.
I did. if you want, email me 857live@gmail if you want the t-shirt. Congratulations. You won the contest, so email me 857live and put the size if you do want it. Maybe some people don't want it. I don't know. Obviously, if they entered, they want it. So there's the email. I'm checking my email and we're going to get to the meeting. Congratulations. We'll do that again as much as we can.
Thank you. I feel like I should also just acknowledge, like, welcome to our first ever 5 p.m. Board of Supervisors meeting. We also had our first ever study session this morning. I'm still getting acclimated to this new table. And then everybody at the podium there feels very far away. So lots of adjustments. So bear with us as we navigate this. I don't know, the sun is lower, but it feels very different, more than just the sun being lower. So moving on, our next item is our land acknowledgement statement, which will be offered today by Bonnie Schock, Executive Director of the Fox Tucson Theater.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you. Anything you want to share about the happenings at Fox Theater?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Bonnie. I'm the Executive Director of the Fox Tucson Theater. We are just up the street. Our mission is to enliven Tucson, fostering community growth and connections by shaping exceptional live arts experiences in a celebrated setting. We've been doing that for almost 100 years, currently serving about 100,000 people annually, including nearly 15,000 K-12 students each year, and over 1.4 million since the venue reopened after full renovation in 2006. And we've got big plans for the future, including a major expansion project just around the corner that's going to allow us to do that work even better and even deeper. So thanks to everyone in the community for support and showing up and participating in live experiences, which are so important for all of us to do. Thanks.
Next on the agenda is Pause for Pause.
Good evening, everyone. This sleepy boy is very sleepy. He has already taken 2 naps, so he is not sure about the nighttime, but he's happy to be here. He is one of about 500 dogs we have at PAC right now. And the reason I brought him is because he just got to the shelter, and he's one of many. Like we have so many dogs.
Look at how cute
really
that
has
dog
owners.
is.
This guy has not let me walk him. He wants to be held the whole time. So we know he clearly has an owner, so we're hoping maybe they're watching and they can come pick him up when they're watching it. And we want to remind other people that this is the start of PAC's busiest season. Actually, Memorial Day weekend starts off our highest intake season, and it doesn't really slow down till about November. And that's because people are out, they're on vacations, they have different people.
Look at that cute dog.
Dogs, parties, things like that for the holidays, the different holidays. Now is the time we encourage people to come to PAC, whether you have a PAC dog or not, get a free tag, put your name and a phone number where someone can reach you. And that's free. All you got to do is get there. And I want to mention that we are moving east side. We don't have a confirmed date yet, but it is in the works. So we are excited to be on that side of town. And it will be a only center. So if you need outreach services or other things, you can still come to the main location on Silver Bell.
Oh man.
And this weekend we have a free medical care clinic. It is
Oh my
going to
gosh.
be, I'm so sorry, I'm blanking on the location, but it's on our Facebook page and it is free to show up and you can get all the vaccines and some free medical care. And we also have a program that we just started for $35 spay neuters for owned pets in Pima County. And that's with
That is the
participating vets.
cutest
And we know
dog.
that there is a big need for that. We've seen that at our
Mm.
outreach events. So we really want folks to, adopt another dog and maybe get your other one spayed or neutered. So thank you so much. And please come get a tag. It's free.
Look at that cute dog. Look at that face. You can go get that dog right now if you're in Tucson, right down there at Pima Animal Facility, Pima Animal Care Center. Go adopt that cute little dog and send me a picture if you can, right? They are a big responsibility. Lots of vet bills and food but they look at that little cute.
Say bye.
Chair Allen,
Supervisor Khanna.
I did hear our new deputy county administrator say, new job, new dog. So perhaps, you might.
Thank you. Next is current events and
Thank
public
you,
acknowledgement.
Cherokee. Holy moly,
actually,
thank you.
Supervisor Christie.
Appreciate
I know
it. Thank
just
you.
requested a moment of personal privilege. This seems like a good time for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pay tribute to a community leader that we lost recently, Fred Boyce. And I'll just give a brief bio of him. He was a real pillar in this community, a community leader, and another community leader that will greatly be missed. He was a longtime Tucson civic leader, rancher, and champion of higher education. And he died Tuesday, May 5th, and he was 96. Fred Boyce was an influential community leader, having served on the Arizona Board of Regents, Tucson Airport Authority, Tucson Medical Center's Board of Trustees, and numerous nonprofit and civic boards. He also served as president of the University of Arizona Foundation and was a founding member of the Tucson Conquistadors, the civic group that helped establish the Tucson Open Golf Tournament. He was born in Pasadena, California in 1930 and raised in Tucson after his family moved here in 1937. He attended Sam Hughes Elementary, Mansfield Junior High, and Tucson Senior High School. Ranching became central to his life at an early age, and at age 11, Fred began spending his summers working on an Arivaca cattle ranch south of Tucson, experiences that launched a lifelong career in the cattle industry. Fred moved to LA to attend Occidental College, where he earned a bachelor's degree in economics before moving back to Southern Arizona to take up cattle ranching full-time. He started his own firm, the American Cattle Company, and he later served as president of the Arizona Cattle Growers Association and on the executive committee of the National Cattlemen's Association as well. But it was his civic involvement that made Fred Boyce one of Tucson's most respected behind-the-scenes leaders. In 2002, then Governor Jane Hull appointed Fred Boyce to the Arizona Board of Regents. During his tenure, he advocated for expanding access to affordable higher education and became the first regent to serve 2 consecutive terms as board president. He also served on boards and committees, including Arizona State.
Everybody, I do not have an email from Barbie. Barbie, I still don't have an email. We might have to do another drawing. We might have, Barbie, you got to email me. If you don't want the t-shirt, I'm gonna put the timer on though. I need the email. I know I saw her in the chat and I said, I know she has the email. Let's put the email one more time. We might have to do the drawing again if I don't get the email, Barbie. Just to be fair to everybody. But there's the email one more time, Barbie. You got to put the size too. and your name exactly the way your username is.
Our Board of Supervisors chambers, a council member who I have the deep honor of knowing and whose leadership I'm most proud of on the Pasquayaki tribe, and that's Council Member Armenia Frias. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors hearing room, and thank you for your years of service to the people of Pasquayaki and to Pima County. Welcome.
I have a couple of events, announcements. The National Letter Carriers Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive happened this past Saturday on May 9th. It started in 1993, grown into the nation's largest one-day food drive, helping to fill the shelves of food banks in cities and towns throughout the United States. Also coming up is the 32nd commemoration of the 1984 genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda. There is an event taking place at Grace to the Nations on May 17th to honor the memory of over 1 million lives lost and to renew our collective commitment to peace, unity, and justice. And then a quick reminder that the District 3 office has our Pitcher Rocks office hours on May 20th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the community center. I will actually be out of town, so my staff member, Bonnie Bazada, will be there along with Tom Drazgowski, Deputy Director from Pima County's Development Services, to answer any questions around zoning or other issues in the Pitcher Rocks area. So we will move on now to item number 6, which is agenda adjustments. The clerk.
On the regular agenda, page 5, item 19, under Board of Supervisors, 2026 Regional Transportation Authority Special Election. This item will be heard at a time certain of 6:45. On page 7, item 31, under Finance and Risk Management, this is the fiscal year 2024-25 audit results. This item requires approval prior to consideration of agenda item number 32 and will be heard at a time certain of 6 p.m. And on page 7, item 32, under Human Resources, this is the certification of compliance with Arizona revised statutes. This item is contingent upon approval of agenda item number 31. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple of proclamations. So item number 7 is a presentation of a proclamation to Melanie Bustamante, Praxia Kids Volunteer, proclaiming the day of Thursday, May 14th, the Praxia Awareness Day. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor?
All right, welcome in. This is Showdown. Look, that is Matt Hines. He just came in the building. He's the guy with the glasses. He's a doctor. He's also a doctor. I want to give a big shout out to Cherokee. Again, thank you for that. I think, is that from Australia? Are you from Australia? Thank you so much. I got the email from Barbie. Congratulations again, Barbie. And thank you for stopping in. Come back next time, Lawrence. I appreciate you giving it a shot. I appreciate you giving it a shot tonight. Now we are just waiting. Somebody said it's kind of further along in the show, so we are kind of just in the whims of what's happening. But they are going to make a vote, guys. They are going to do a vote. So we will see. Right now they are doing some proclamations. If anybody wants to buy a shirt that didn't win and you just want to buy one, I will put the link in the chat, or one of the mods can if they have the link. But here we go, back to the meeting. This is Nanos Watch. This is the showdown. The decade-old showdown is going on.
Having a genetic causal basis. And whereas childhood apraxia of speech causes children to have significant difficulty learning to speak and is among the most severe childhood speech defects, and whereas children with apraxia require early, appropriate, and intensive speech therapy, often for many years, to learn to speak. And whereas without appropriate speech therapy intervention, children with apraxia will have diminished communication skills and high risk for secondary impacts in reading, writing, spelling, and other skills. And whereas these impacts diminish future independence and employment opportunities and challenge the ability to become productive, contributing citizens if not resolved or improved. And whereas Apraxia Kids is the leading nonprofit that strengthens the support systems in the lives of children with apraxia of speech, and whereas May is recognized as National Speech, Language, Hearing Month to raise awareness about communication disorders and promote early intervention and support for speech, language, and hearing health, and whereas public awareness about childhood apraxia of speech is essential for families of children with this neurological disorder and the professionals who support them to achieve the needed services for those learning to use their own voice. And whereas our highest respect goes to these children and their families for their effort, determination, and resilience. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Thursday, May 14, 2026, to be Apraxia Awareness Day, and encourages individuals and families to work within their communities to increase awareness and understanding of childhood apraxia of speech and to support environments where all children can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Board of Supervisors and everybody. Hello, everybody. I'm Melanie Bustamante. I am here today as a volunteer for Apraxia Kids, a mother of a child with childhood apraxia of speech, and an advocate for all children working to find their voice. Today, we recognize the strength of children with childhood apraxia of speech and the dedication of families, therapists, and advocates who support them. May 14th marks Apraxia Awareness Day, a time to bridge the gap between not knowing and understanding this often misunderstood neurological motor speech disorder. So imagine knowing exactly what you want to say, but your brain struggles to send the correct signals to your lips, your jaw, and your tongue to produce those words. This is the daily experience for children with apraxia. It isn't just being a late talker. It's a motor planning difficulty that requires specialized intensive speech therapy.
Wow.
The theme of this day is every child deserves a voice. For many children, their voice includes sounds, spoken words, signs, gestures, and augmentative and alternative communication devices, all tools that allow them to express themselves fully and confidently. Awareness is essential. I'm shaking. It leads it leads to early identification, appropriate intervention, and access to evidence-based treatment. With support, children with apraxia can overcome significant challenges, reduce frustration, and make their voices heard in meaningful ways. To the parents, speech language pathologists, and community advocates, your commitment is creating brighter futures.
Touching. This is really
As we
touching.
recognize May as National Speech Language Hearing Month, we celebrate the professionals who dedicate their lives to helping individuals communicate, connect, and thrive. Thank you so much for honoring this important work and continuing to uplift the voices of those who cannot yet speak for themselves. Thank you.
You can hear it in her voice, how passionate. I've never even heard of what that was. If you guys know about that condition, I've never even heard of that condition. Good evening, Jeanette. Welcome in. I've never heard of that condition, but you could tell that that's her life right there. She's helping people. Kids, sounds like kids, it maybe affects more. But this is what it's about. You know, they're doing good things, even though these people have a lot of stress. That woman, she cares. She's out doing the work, the hard work that a lot of people don't even know about is going on. I mean, there's families out there. I've never even heard of that.
Our next item is a presentation of a proclamation to Annette Leva, Tribal Administrator, Pascua Yaqui Tribe, Ms. Leila Gokobachi, Miss Native American University of Arizona, Catherine Demotica, Program and Volunteer Manager of Arizona Diaper Bank, Felicia Leon, Tucson Unified School District, Native American Services, Magdalena Verdugo, CEO, Victor Boleg, Program Manager, and Lindsay Terry, all of the YWCA, proclaiming the week of May 12th through May 18th to be period Poverty Awareness Week. I move the item. Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0. I would like to
Thank
invite
you.
all of the folks who are here to please come on up to the front up there. And I also really want to acknowledge the leadership on this of the District 5 team and Supervisor Kano, who've been really driving forward the collection. Thank you. Would you like to join? Sure. I got my
Welcome in anyone just coming here. We are getting closer to the Nanos watch, but they kind of got to do these beginning things before. Let me take this off. The banner's in the way. That was a cool headdress that guy had. Looks like he had like a Chiefs hat on almost.
So we're like awkward, sorry.
Did she cut her hair?
So you all come around here,
What the heck?
and then would somebody be willing to?
She cut her hair.
Thank you.
What happened to her hair?
Read the proclamation. Whereas access to menstrual products is a basic health necessity for people who menstruate and is essential to dignity and well-being. And whereas Pima County, through resolution number 2020-92, has committed to advancing equity by addressing disparities relating to race, ethnicity, and socioeconomics, while centering community voices and improving outcomes for populations that have been historically underserved. And whereas menstrual equity ensures that all people, regardless of income, housing status, or background, can access products, facilities, and information needed to manage their menstrual health safely and with dignity. And whereas the impacts of these barriers are not experienced equally, with period poverty disproportionately affecting low-income individuals, youth, Black, Indigenous, and Latina communities. And whereas ensuring access to menstrual products is a matter of public health, education, workforce participation, and economic stability. And whereas reducing stigma and increasing access to menstrual products strengthens the health and resilience of our entire community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 12th through May 18th, 2026 to be Period Poverty Awareness Week, and encourages residents, organizations, and institutions to support efforts that expand access to menstrual products, reduce stigma, and advance health equity across Pima County. Be it further resolved that the board directs the county administrator to facilitate the voluntary contribution of menstrual products through dissemination of information to county employees and the placement of receptacles for contributions. Passed and adopted this 12th day of May, 2026. And I think we brought a donation, what perhaps the first for receptacles, soon to be. Like to say a few words.
Yo soy Chenabo Herminia Frias. I'm one of the tribal council members for Pascua Yaqui tribe. And I really want to thank you for this proclamation. It really is important for women to have access to feminine products. You know, I'm just going to tell you something quick. I was just at NIH last month and they had exactly this. And I've gone to, you know, these hotels that give you this for free and it makes no sense. It's like we should be doing something. So I really do appreciate that you're doing this because this is something that women need. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Catherine Demotica, and I am with the Arizona Diaper Bank. Thank you so much for this proclamation. As the Diaper Bank, we do mostly do children's supplies. However, we started supplying period products in 2018. We found that families who need diapers also need other hygiene products, including
I
period
always
products.
donate there.
Something that I'd also like to note is that the Diaper Bank is a member of the Alliance for Period Supplies Network.
You can donate
And they
there if you
found
have diapers.
that in the southwestern region, Arizona and Utah are the only states to still have sales tax on period products. So I'm hoping that this is a further conversation that we can
Oh,
have.
they
and
are really
hopefully support
talking
with
about that. I thought it was
states
something
in the
else.
region to get rid of the sales tax. So thank you so much.
I had no idea it was actually that.
I don't want to say much, but thank you, Andres, for bringing this collaboration together of the different Pima County partners to be able to have one voice and share together the needs and celebrate these wins. So thank you for that.
I just want to thank all of the community partners for coming to your Board of Supervisors hearing room and ensuring that we continue to send a message that Pima County stands with all women in our community. And I agree with everything that's been said, especially the fact that this has long been a District 5 issue from the time of Supervisor Elias organizing to collect some of these critical hygiene items, but most importantly, they're about our wellness and their essential care. So thank you, Chair Allen, for continuing that tradition. I know that all of the folks in District 5 will continue to be mindful of the need for us to put this at the top of our priority list. So thank you.
She cut her hair literally. I mean, she had this long, beautiful hair. Speechless. I'm speechless. Oh my gosh. She cut her hair.
On to item number 9, which is a presentation of a proclamation to Anna Harper, CEO of Emerge, Dr. Felina Cordova, Assistant Professor, Health Promotion Sciences, University of Arizona, Veronica Boone, Wellness Director, Tucson Indian Center, Marcelino Flores, Tribal Liaison, Pima County Health Department, and Rosa Alvarez, Council Member and Secretary, Pascua Yaqui Tribal Council, proclaiming the month of May 2026 to be Hope, Healing, and Solutions Month for Missing and Murdered Indigenous People. I move the item. Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. And all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0.
What about Nancy
And
missing?
I invite everyone to please come up to the
Too,
front.
they should do one for Nancy next time. All right, I'm gonna do something real quick just so you guys can see the hair difference. The hair difference. I just want to point this out. She did cut her hair. So here's the picture. You see how long that hair is right there? Breaking news. Breaking news. She has cut her hair. Oh my God. Back to the meeting.
The 5th leading cause of death for Indigenous women ages 25 to 34 began assessed as the Pima County Health Department and address root causes while centering Indigenous voices. And whereas healing initiatives are designed to address the deep-rooted trauma and systemic violence faced by Indigenous communities and to heal survivors, strengthen communities, and improve responses to missing and murdered Indigenous people's cases. And whereas throughout the month of May, local tribal nations, community partners, and advocacy organizations led numerous activities focused on healing, awareness, prevention, and justice for missing and murdered Indigenous people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of May 2026 to be Hope, Healing, and Solutions Month for missing and murdered Indigenous people, to honor the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous people and reinforce the urgent need for prevention, justice, culturally grounded healing, and systemic change. Pima County, in collaboration with tribal nations, community partners, and local organizations, reaffirms its commitment to advancing healing, strengthening coordinated response, and supporting initiatives that center Indigenous leadership, and will continue to work towards safety, healing, and justice for all Indigenous people. Passed and adopted this 12th day of May, 2026.
Well, thank you, Chair Allen, esteemed supervisors, and county residents. I'm very honored to be a part of this. I'm a member of Pasco-Yaqui Tribe, and this issue has been one of my highest priorities since I first started under Dr. Cullen about 3 years ago. And so I'm really proud to say that this resolution came forward with the help of Dr. Cullen, her policy advisors, the Office of Policy Resilience and Engagement, so Office Celia, and the folks here. So, MMIP is a complicated issue. And one of the things that I understood from the warriors of old is that they would have a black mark across their face. And this meant that there would be no more words. There would be only actions. So that would be their intentions going into battle. Today's warriors, we are fighting for systemic, multi-sector change that starts with prevention. We're fighting for economic justice and to always center Indigenous voices when possible. So I'm really pleased to be a part of this, and I thank here the folks that are with me that I'll let them share some comments. So.
Good evening again. Herminia Frias, Pasco-Yaqui Tribal Council. I want to thank you, Honorable Board of Supervisors, for this acknowledgement. It really does mean a lot, not only for Pasco-Yaqui Tribe, but all of our tribal nations in Arizona and throughout the country. You know, shining light on this epidemic is very important. For many, many years, we weren't even counted. People were just dismissing the fact that our women, men, and children were going missing. And so having you acknowledge this is important because this really needs the attention from the entire community. And I appreciate the work, collaborations that we do with the Sheriff's Office, with Pima County Health Department. Just on Saturday, we had a run walk, and I really did appreciate seeing Dr. Cullen there from Pima County Health Department. And also, of course, seeing our tribal liaison here, Mr. Marcelino Flores, and just the representation that is there to shine light. So
Amen.
with all of my
prayer hands in the chat
thank you
for the tribes.
Hello, and may Creator go with you all. My name is Layla Lanaiko Kabachi. I am the 2026 to 2027 Miss Native American University of Arizona, and this is a continuous issue that has impacted our communities across the nation. Almost every Indigenous person has a relative, woman, two-spirit, any Indigenous relative that has been impacted by this. So I am here to help with bringing awareness to MMIP and to acknowledge what has been going on in our communities, but not only to highlight how it has negatively impacted us, but how we as a community come together for healing and for that hope for justice for our relatives.
Amen.
So this is not only just a small thing. This is going to be a continuous effort that we all make together as a community. So thank you for allowing us to take this first step, and I hope that there's many more.
Good evening. My name's Veronica Boone. I'm the Wellness Director for the Tucson Indian Center. Thank you for having us and for joining forces with other partners across Tucson and with the two local tribal nations. So I think that's really good because we're planting some good seeds here. And in case you didn't know, Tucson is, I think, number 4 in the number of missing and murdered, Indigenous people across the nation, which is startling, but not surprising. We're very close to the border. We're within city limits with the Santa Fe District, the Pasco-Yaqui Tribe. So if you're talking about jurisdiction, that just adds so much complication to what, if we're
This
missing.
is sad. This is talking about abduction.
What
People being
advice do we get?
abducted.
What level do we take it up to? So again, with these partners, I think this is promising. And I just want to say thank you for having us. And TAC is just around the corner. So we definitely offer services, which Tanya will talk about a little bit.
Jeez.
Good evening. I'm glad to be here. I'm honored. My name is Tanya Rios. I am an enrolled member at the Thon Anthem Nation. I am the domestic violence prevention specialist with the Tucson Indian Center. So
These
when I
people,
took on that
amazing
position
people.
and that role a year ago, I wasn't expecting to be much more than just the domestic violence prevention specialist at the Indian Center. I've become much more than that. I'm involved with the Southern Arizona MMIP Task Force, a bunch of coalitions and partnerships to help with this crisis that our people face. I also am a survivor. My cousin was murdered in South Tucson, still unsolved, over 10 years ago. So I am a big believer that you end up where you're meant to be. And I think that this is where I am meant to be a voice for our people. Thank you.
We have one final proclamation. This is addendum item number 1. This is a presentation to Courtney Sloniker, Director of Red Cross, Fatima Luna, Chief Resiliency Officer, Karina Martinez Molina, Community Relations Coordinator, City of Tucson, Nate Young and Betsy Camara, Program Managers, and Harrison Brown, University of Arizona Brace Intern, Pima County Health Department, proclaiming the week of May 11th through May 15th to be Heat Awareness Week. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 5-0. And Supervisor Connell is ready to present.
And real quickly, big shout out to Angela. Thank you. I just got that Cash App. Thank you, Angela. And anyone supporting the stream. This is the pre-show, the final countdown to Nanos's Judgment Day. It could be. We could find out. Now here we're going to find out if they vote to, what's the word?
Alrighty.
You just mute him for a minute. His voice kind of gives me. If they vote to have him step down, basically what's going to happen today is they will send out a letter to him saying you need to resign or we're going to do this. This is what I think is going to happen. And then Nanos can either resign, but what after today, I think it's going to be given to the lawyers. So let's see what they decide. They are going to vote here shortly, though, everybody.
Triple digit temperatures are here. We felt them this weekend. I spent a little bit in the pool, and thank goodness I had that. Whereas the second week of May has been designated as Heat Awareness Week to raise awareness of the risk of extreme heat and to provide information about preparedness actions to prevent heat-related illness and death. And whereas extreme heat waves during the summer pose one of the biggest weather-related threats to life in Arizona and are the leading weather-related killer nationally. And whereas there were 117 heat-related deaths in Pima County in 2025, and Pima County experienced a heat-related death for the first time ever in the month of March 2026, And whereas in 2026, the earliest 100-degree day on record occurred on March 19th, surpassing the prior record set on April 11, 2025. And whereas heat-related deaths and illnesses are preventable through awareness, preparedness, community resilience, and effective intervention strategies, and whereas extreme heat disproportionately affects our most vulnerable populations, including older adults, children, people of color, individuals experiencing homelessness, low-income individuals, and those with heart disease, diabetes, respiratory illness, and other health conditions which are particularly susceptible to heat. And whereas Pima County is committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of its workforce through policies, resources, and protective measures aimed at mitigating heat-related risks. And whereas the Pima County Health Department, in collaboration with local partners and stakeholders, continues to strengthen efforts to protect residents from the dangers of extreme heat, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 11th through May 15th, 2026 to be Heat Awareness Week, to raise awareness about the dangers of extreme heat, promote preventative measures, and encourage community-wide efforts to protect the health and safety of all residents, passed and adopted this 12th day of May 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I also just want to recognize Stephen Pelaez for the Primavera Foundation. He is a program officer, and we weren't able to get him on the agenda today. And I want to recognize the other members of the Pima County Heat Relief Network. We have dozens of other partner agencies who are working tirelessly every day to help us keep our community safe. This is a kind of work that you can't do by yourself. It really does take their continued support, involvement, and collaboration. So thank you to everyone who is standing with us here today. Thank you to the other members who are not present, but are very much present in the Pima County Heat Relief Network. And make sure you're checking on your neighbors and your loved ones and helping each other stay safe this summer.
Thank you. Ms. Luna, do you want to say anything?
Well, that was unexpected. I just want to reiterate that message of the importance of collaborating. Thank you so much, Chair and Board, for recognizing extreme heat, the #1 weather-related cause of death in the U.S. And it's not as flashy. It actually kills more people than tornadoes, hurricanes, and floods combined, but it's not as visual and flashy as those other climate disasters. So the fact that this is being recognized today, and hopefully throughout the year with preparedness, ongoing preparedness and relief, it's very important in our community. And partnerships are critical to be on the ground year-round with preparedness, planning, and heat relief. So I just want to thank everybody here and the partners who are not here for doing this work. Thank you.
Heat relief in the desert. It's 100 degrees out this week in Tucson. And the guy in the middle, Andres Ganos, he was not elected. He was actually appointed by the mayor. So everybody else was elected, but that guy, because he filled in, he took over someone's position, he didn't have to run for office. So the mayor just appointed him. Everybody else is an elected
So
official.
we are going to move on now to call to the public. I will flag that
It
we
should get
have
good.
a time certain item at 6 o'clock, presentation from the State Auditor General. So we will be pausing call to the public for that 6 o'clock time certain, and then resuming call to the public until we get through it. We have
Here we go.
10 speakers. I am going to first read the rules, the guidelines for call to the public, and then I will start out actually then with a telephonic speaker. So guidelines. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct.
Get
Any
some
person
music
making
for the
personal,
rules.
impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room.
Public speakers, here we go.
We have first
888
three
38
speakers,
in the chat.
and I'll ask if you are speaker 2 and 3 to please come up to the front. The row is reserved for seat reserved. Please
The
come up front
public
so we can move through
speakers are
quickly.
coming.
Because we have less than 20 speakers signed up, each speaker gets 3 minutes. So our first speaker will be Trista DiGenova, who is on the phone, and then our second speaker is
All right, here we go. We got the
Patricia.
public speakers.
Starts with a B and maybe an A, and I apologize, I can't read the last name. Maybe. Thank you. Perfectly said.
Public speakers.
Then our
they
third
always are good.
speaker will be Corey Stevens. So is Trista on the line?
That's a good question,
Yes, I am. Can you
Sunflowers.
hear me?
Yes, please continue. And you have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Hi, board. My name is Trista DiGenova, and I grew up here in Tucson, and I spent a lot of years abroad. I studied at Oxford University and Taipei Medical University and UC Berkeley, public health researcher. And I came back to America when my mother died in 2014 as a result of what should have been a routine welfare check. But the Pima County Sheriff's Department did it in the middle of the night, and it literally scared my mother to death. That was in 2014, and that's why I had to come back to the United States. I was working in media and as an educator, university instructor in Taiwan for many years. And then I have had several encounters with horror stories, basically, with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And in 2023,
wow,
they carried out an highly illegal home invasion with upwards of 60 officers on my private residence here in the county. And they falsely arrested me. The detective in the case obtained a warrant without probable cause. By the way, I'm fellow Pima voters. I'm running for. I'm a declared Pima County Sheriff candidate for 2028 if we have elections. So feel free to sign my nominating petition. And also, I'm running as a write-in independent candidate for District 5 Pima County Board of Supervisors because I have requested 8 times now from my Pima County supervisor some assistance in getting back my service dog, which was a violation of ARS 132910, interference with a service animal, and also cruelty to him and intentional emotional distress. And at the time, I was a candidate for sheriff as well. So I'm wondering if this was something personal, and I wanted to call on the board.
Give her dog back.
Look at many other very valid reasons that you should have already removed Sheriff Nanos from his position, not let alone the fact that he resides over probably the worst jail in the country with 4 times more jail deaths at Pima County Jail than Rikers Island. So, in my own personal case, he authorized this home invasion again when I was a sheriff's candidate. This was 2023, August 30, and the PAC and the upwards of 60 officers on my property fabricated evidence, and they lied to the media about the condition of my animals, and they did not carry out body camera footage. They turned it off.
That is
on
time.
Wow.
Also, I will note people are always welcome and invited, encouraged to.
Some
submit
people can call on the
if
phone.
they don't fit within 3 minutes. Our next speaker
If they have a
is
disability,
Patricia
maybe.
Bowerly.
First, a huge thank you to Tucson City Council and Pima County Board of Supervisors for banning immigration and customs enforcement, referred to as ICE, activities on any and every piece of Tucson and or Pima County property. More similar courageous action is desperately needed. Please non-violently ban concentration camps from
Oh
your
my God, what?
jurisdiction and any area intersecting with your jurisdiction. Please non-violently ban concentration camps, whether referred to as detention centers or by any other name. On or about February 15th, 2026, the online news publication entitled Common Dreams published at least 2 different articles documenting that the federal Trump administration has been building out mass detention centers, which are actually concentration camps, and documented why and how the detention centers are actually indeed concentration camps. After immigrants have been imprisoned in those detention centers, they rarely come out. One article entitled Trump's concentration camp build out includes nearly $40 billion for warehouse conversions, authored by Julia Conley, cites the following quote: Germany's concentration camps didn't start as instruments of mass murder, and neither have ours, wrote talk show host Tom Harmon recently. History isn't whispering, it's warning, it's shouting. Another article entitled The Trump Min is Building a Mass Detention System. What will you do about it? Authored by John Marks, includes the following statement: what they have not told you is that the immigration detention system is not processing people. It is accumulating them. The math shows how fast. The history shows what comes next. In addition, might the government choose to use any data centers that seem to fail as additional concentration camps? Moreover, the United States government's Immigration and Customs Enforcement, referred to as ICE, has been routinely violating people's constitutional rights, as documented in part by someone in front of Tucson City Council on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, during the call to the audience. Our federal government has also been majorly violating the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution's right to substantive and procedural due process and equal protection under the laws. Please refer to my letters dated March 22nd, 2026, in an individual envelope addressed to each Pima County Board of Supervisor, hand delivered to the Pima County Board of Supervisors office on or about the morning of Monday, March 23rd, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Corey Stevens.
I'm speaking today about hypocrisy. I hope today brings some resolution in the Sheriff Nanos investigation, or what you will be doing in regards to this horrific investigation we have going on with him. As a constituent and citizen of this county, I have spoken on this issue numerous times over the last 4 years, as have many citizens. I would ask you, how many IA investigations, disciplinary hearings did he sit in on and make decisions that affected deputy and CEOs' careers that have led to either termination, demotion, or them being unhireable with other agencies?
Wow.
Let me ask you a question, Matt. Had you lied when you became a physician, would you be subsequent to having your medical license revoked? Let me ask you, Rex Scott, when you were in charge of teachers, had they lied on their application, would they be hireable in a school district? Let me ask Sam Brown,
Hammer in the
if an
chat.
attorney
She's throwing
were
down the hammer.
to lie under oath or not act in a fiduciary way when representing a client, would he have his state bar revoked? Probably so. Jan, when you're in the financial industry and you do not act with fiduciary responsibility, are you subsequent to punitive or other actions? I would say so. Let me ask you this, Jen Allen. Do you think Mr. Urias had any social justice when he was beaten by Chris Nanos and subsequently put in a coma? I think not. You guys have a duty, not an obligation, a duty to the citizens of Pima County to make this right. You need to ask yourselves, how many people have been affected by this man? On December 11th, 2025, Nanos answered no when he was asked under oath if he had ever been suspended as a law enforcement officer. There were no mincing of words. That was a clear-cut question. Clear-cut question. Do the right thing and remove him from
you.
office.
We are now going to have to, because it's 6 o'clock, we've got to put a pause on call to the
Man,
public,
she
switch over
put
to
it
our time
down.
certain of presentation by the Auditor
Passion
General,
right there.
and then we will be resuming call to the
Shout out to
audience
her.
thereafter. I will flag that we have another time certain at 6:45.
Lots of
So,
strong.
moving on to item number 31 on the agenda. This is the fiscal year 24-25 audit results. We will first hear the presentation and then the board will consider the item.
Madam Chair, members, Administrator Lesher, good evening. Thank you for having us. I'm Lindsay Perry, the Auditor General for the state. Joining me today is also Catherine Edwards-Decker. She's my Financial Audit Director, and Vicki Fisher. She oversaw the county's audits. She's a manager in my Financial Audit Division. So again, thank you for inviting us to attend your regular board meeting to present the audit results and findings for Pima County. Today, Catherine's going to cover some of the financial highlights from the county briefly. I know you received all of this from us several months ago. And then Vicki will discuss our audit results. But before we get to that, if we could go to the next slide, please. One more. Okay, I know many of you are aware of my office, but I wanted to refresh your memory. My office is a legislative agency made up of nonpartisan staff. We provide impartial information and specific recommendations to improve the operations and programs of state and local entities, including the county. We are well versed in and follow several standards, including governmental auditing standards. Next slide, please. Similar to our previous presentations in front of the board, we are here today in accordance with state law, which directs the County Board of Supervisors to require its auditors, my office, to present audit results and findings to the board in a regular meeting without the use of a consent agenda and within 90 days of the report's completion. This is a great opportunity for us to be in front of you, to answer your questions, to help you understand what we're finding and what strides the county is making from the prior fiscal year. So we are here to answer questions as well as provide information. Next slide, please. Each year, the county signs what we call engagement terms and conditions. And this document outlines our responsibilities as well as your responsibilities regarding the financial statement and single audit reports. Highlighted for you on this slide are some of our key responsibilities, including conducting your audits in accordance with various auditing standards and federal requirements. We obtain reasonable assurance about whether the county's financial statements are free from material misstatement. While reasonable assurance is high, it is not absolute. It's not an absolute level of assurance. With that being said, the risk of not identifying material misstatements and non-compliance is higher due to fraud than from any other error, because fraud, as you know, oftentimes involves collaborative efforts and includes management not using or overriding internal controls. Further, we operate under a no surprises approach, and we are responsible for keeping you informed and your management team of things that we're finding on the audit, significant matters, both on the financial statement and federal single audit sides. We also report our opinion to you as auditors on your financial statements and federal awards. On a side note, you may recall last year, my office was granted authority to conduct procedural reviews of county treasurer's offices. Our presentation today will not cover it. That is a separate review. However, my team is currently conducting the procedural review of Pima County Treasurer's Office, and we certainly will report to you separately when we've concluded that work. Next slide, please. On this slide, I'm sorry, I might be one behind. Next slide, please. There we go. On this slide are some of the key county responsibilities for the audit process, including providing accurate financial statements and financial information in accordance with accounting principles and federal requirements. Additionally, providing fraud representations, including formal communication from the county about your responsibilities for preventing fraud, that you have communicated with my team about all known and suspected fraud, and that you have not hidden or failed to provide any material information to my team. We sent the fraud representation letter to the board in July of 2025 for the audit results we are discussing today. Additionally, the county is responsible for taking corrective action on any audit findings, which includes providing a written corrective action plan that is included in your audit reports, and we'll briefly discuss that later in our presentation. Finally, the county is responsible for providing my team with unrestricted access to staff, documentation, information systems, and any resources necessary to complete the audit. This also includes meeting deadlines that were previously agreed upon at the start of the audit. Next slide, please. Oops, if we could go back to that one. Perfect. It keeps advancing. Apologies. Today we'll be discussing our audit work on 3 required annual reports. So the first is the county's annual comprehensive financial report. Second is the report on internal control and on compliance. And finally, the federal single audit report. As we have done in the past, when your annual reports were completed, we emailed each of you links to these reports, which we issued in February and March of this year, respectively. The first report, the county's annual comprehensive financial report, presents the county's annual financial statements and our opinion on them. For fiscal year 2025, I am happy to report really good news that we reported an unmodified, which is an auditor's term for a clean opinion, which means the county's financial statements are reliable. The second report, a report on internal control and compliance, which is included in the single audit report, is where we report any findings and recommendations resulting from our audit of the county's financial statements. We reported 2 federal financial statement findings, and Vicki will cover those later in our presentation. Finally, the third and final report, the federal single audit report, includes our assessment of the county's compliance with federal program requirements over each federal program that we are required to audit and express an opinion on. This report allows the federal government to understand if the county is spending federal monies in compliance with the requirements. So for fiscal year 2025, we reported qualified opinions due to non-compliance regarding reporting compliance requirements on 2 of 5 major federal programs or clusters that we tested. This also resulted in 2 single audit findings. Again, Vicki will cover those shortly. Before we get into those findings, Catherine is briefly going to go through the county's 5-year financial trends and highlights. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in, James, Lori, Granny B, Carrie.
Good evening, Madam
Brenda.
Chair, members of the board, and County Administrator Lesher.
603.
My name is Catherine Edwards Decker.
Walking alone.
Because we know these reports can be lengthy and complex, we also prepare audit report highlights, which is a 3-page summary that you received with the single audit report. I would like to take the opportunity to present some key financial information for the county over the last 5 years, which are included in the highlights. The graph that's on the screen here highlights the 5-year trend of the county's revenues, expenses, and total net position. Total county revenues are shown in light blue, and total county expenses are shown in dark blue. It's important to note that the county's revenues have exceeded its expenses since at least fiscal year 2021. The county's 4 main sources of revenue continue to be county property tax, federal and state grant programs, shared state sales tax, and county sales taxes. The county's property taxes increased in 2025 by nearly 39.8 million due to an increased net assessed valuations of taxable property in the county, while federal and state grant programs decreased by 51.3 million due to expiration or termination of COVID-19 funding. Overall, the total of all county revenues decreased by 64.6 million in fiscal year 25. The county's four primary expense purposes continue to consist of general government, public safety, health and welfare, and highways and streets. Public safety and highways and streets have remained relatively consistent since the prior fiscal period, while general government expenses have increased by 55.4 million, mostly attributed to the recognition of the county's new ERP system and salary increases. Health and welfare expenses have fluctuated up and down a little over the last 5 years, however, decreased by 27.2 million in fiscal year 25, mostly due to the completion of the new medical examiner's building. Overall, total county expenses increased by 14.1 million for fiscal year 25. Also, you can see from the bar line that's on the chart that the county's net position, also referred to as its reserves, is considerably higher than its current revenue or expenses. Most importantly, the county's overall net position increased in fiscal year 2025. The total net position for the county was $2.9 billion as of June 30th, 2025. And it's important to note that not all of the net position balance was spendable, because at the end of fiscal year 2025, 2.7 billion was invested in capital assets. An additional 480 million was restricted, which leaves a negative unrestricted balance of 301 million. This is primarily attributed to the county's pension liability, which was 547 million at the end of fiscal year 2025. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to highlight the county's federal expenditures that are presented each year in the single audit report. You can see from
We are just getting closer. They're trying to, once this is over, they're going to do the public speakers. Nanos vote should be coming up soon. Thanks for your patience. But while we're doing that, chat with everybody in the chat. Let me know where you're signing in from. Maybe there's a neighbor and lives in your state. Here we go. We're back to the budget. We're waiting for Nanos. The Nanos judgment is coming soon.
Received and spent, specifically from the Department of Treasury and the Department of Homeland Security. The county's Department of Treasury programs, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, and Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund all decreased by 9.2 million, 7.6 million, and 7.9 million respectively from the previous year. In addition, the Department of Homeland Security programs, the Emergency Food and Shelter National Board program decreased by 22.6 million, and Shelter and Services program expenditures decreased by 3.4 million. Next slide, please. Vicki will now discuss the county's 4 current audit findings and the recommendations that we reported in fiscal year 2025 reports, as well as the county's progress on implementing recommendations from our prior year audit findings.
Good evening, Madam Chair Allen, members, and County Administrator Lesher. My name is Victoria Fisher. And before we discuss the findings reported in fiscal year 25 audits, we'd like to acknowledge the county's process in correcting prior year findings. Our auditing standards require that we follow up on any prior year audit findings until they have been fully corrected. And in fiscal year in 24, we reported 2 financial statement findings and 4 federal findings. The financial statement findings were related to information technology deficiencies. One of these IT findings was fully corrected, and the other was partially corrected. And we reported similar recommendations in 25 that I will discuss shortly. The 4 federal compliance findings were related to not accurately compiling its schedule of expenditures of federal awards, commonly known as the CFA. And the county identified this finding as partially corrected, and we reported similar recommendations in 25. They also did not perform all required monitoring of its subrecipients' activities for compliance with award terms and program requirements. The county identified this finding as partially corrected. However, because we found no deficiencies in the programs we audited in fiscal year 25, we did not report a similar finding. There were also 2 federal reporting findings. They were related to lack of policies and procedures to perform an independent review and approval of reports prior to submitting them to the federal awarding agencies, and not always reporting accurate information or retaining documentation to support the submitted reports. The county identified these findings as partially corrected, and we reported similar reporting recommendations in 25. Next slide, please. Now, moving on to our fiscal year 2025 audit findings and recommendations. The report on internal control and compliance is where you'll find the financial statement findings along with the county's responses to them. The first financial statement finding 2025-01 identified deficiencies in the county's control procedures over IT systems and data that increase the risk of inadequate system and data protection. We found deficiencies over restricting access that helps ensure systems and data are accessed by users who have need. The access granted is appropriate, and access is monitored and reviewed. We also found that securing IT systems and data that help prevent and detect and respond to instances of unauthorized access or inappropriate access or use, manipulation, damage, or loss to its IT systems and data. Next slide, please. To correct this finding, we made 5 recommendations to the county. Make it a priority to develop and document comprehensive IT policies and procedures and ensure the procedures are consistently followed. Assign and regularly review employee user access for job role appropriateness. Review all other account access to confirm ongoing need and appropriateness. Strengthen authentication requirements across IT systems and provide ongoing IT security training to all employees on IT security risk and responsibilities. This is a similar finding to the 2024-02 finding that was initially reported in fiscal year 24. And the county reported it anticipates correcting this finding and implementing recommendations by December 31st of 2026.
You're right.
Next slide.
I can pull it to something else. I just don't want to miss anything, but
the second financial statement
it
finding
is.
2025-02 was
Chat it up
reported by
with the
other
people.
auditors who audited the Pima County School Reserve Fund.
I'm going to mute it for a minute. We're not going to miss anything. You promise we will not miss anything. Sean nailed it though. Sean nailed it without a comment. It's pretty grueling. So we're in waiting mode. Nanos waiting should be coming up any minute. Let's see who we have in the chat. Cherokee, thank you so much. Oh, I would love to. I would love to go to Australia. That would be maybe because it's such a far trip, you would need to spend at least 2 weeks there just to make it worth it. But yeah, Australia would be amazing. Thank you so much, Cherokee. And Edna, I missed your Edna Make Peace. I know you've been following for a long time. Thank you for the continued support. We are just muting that because as it's kind of grueling, as he said, to listen to it.
We reported in the single audit.
But yeah, they're talking about auditing. I can pull up another video maybe while we're waiting if you guys are okay with that. Let's check our poll. Do we have that poll going on? Or did I close it? Do I have the poll? And thank you, Brenda. She sent a laughing disco. I missed some of these gifts unless I'm in this screen. So if you send any gems or gifts, whatever they are. But okay, so what I'm gonna do real quick while we're waiting, I'm gonna start a membership. I'm gonna send a membership, 5 memberships to the chat right now for the channel. While we're waiting for the Nanos, I'm gonna send 5 memberships right now. Welcome back, Florida Mama Bear. Nothing yet. We're still waiting, but I'm going to send 5. So here we go. Get the membership train going. Where do I go again? There it is. Okay, here I'm sending 5. So congratulations, whoever gets these. I'm sending 5 free memberships right now. Okay, they have been sent. Robin Stewart, Bengal got one, Don got one, Chris got one, and Carla. Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome in, Gloria. I'll take the volume off and see where they're at. It sounds like it's still.
Implement internal control procedures to monitor compliance with programs, reporting.
So it is back. The same lady's talking. The same lady. I don't know where my poll went. Is that poll still going on? I do not know. Thank you, Tony Marie, for sending a gift. And congratulations who did ever get those memberships. It's always cool if they're in there and they get it while they're in the chat. Let's see if they're in the chat. Okay, for some reason, maybe I just need to sign in and sign out. I don't see the poll, but must be a glitch or something. Let's put this back on if we can stand it, but we're
Programs,
just
quarterly contract
waiting for this to
expenditure
get over.
reports we tested. And these quarterly reports are also used to request reimbursement from the federal agency. Now, despite the lacking internal control procedures, we
Okay, yeah, it's pretty hard to listen to. I hate to say it, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna transfer it to another screen while we're waiting. So this might help just get us by this part. As soon as the public speakers, I'll be watching. But let's go and get this on. I want to this I was gonna show you earlier. I think you're gonna like this interview. Maybe you haven't even seen it.
Broadly, like who is it?
Now this was from 2 months ago, but it's eye-opening because you get to see. Look at how clear this video is from CNN.
In charge of this investigation right now?
Look, we are. We means we, the Pima County Sheriff's Department, along with our partners, the FBI. There's no, the egos have been put aside a long time ago. Our whole goal in this is not about the sheriff or being elected, or it is focused on finding Nancy. That's all this is. This other distraction, white noise, whatever you want to call it, I don't even know where it comes from. But, and you're right, there's a reason I wasn't talking to you all, and I don't mean just your team. I'm talking all these teams. The reason we're not talking meaning, I said that at our last press conference. We have a lot of work to do. But when somebody comes out, in my opinion, somewhat irresponsible, and makes stories up that are just wild, has no basis for it, that put a division between those teams that are working hard 24/7. Got over 400 cops out here working every minute of the day. We said at the last briefing with you all, the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department are joined at the hips. We have done this for
They're joined at the hips.
decades. We look at that relationship as very vital, not just to each agency, but to our community.
You heard what he said earlier.
When you guys are gone, we're still here. The Pima County Sheriff's Department will be here. The FBI will be here. Those relationships matter to us. So that's the only reason I came out was, guys, we're doing everything we can humanly possible. I think it's over 30-some thousand leads now. We're grateful for that. That's what you guys did for us.
37,000 leads. Now, let me know, have you guys seen this interview? Type 1 if you've seen this interview, yes. Type 2, no, if this is the first time you've seen this interview. 1 for yes, but this one is very eye-opening. It's pretty long, too. Hey, Stacy, I'm missing your comment. Try one more time. I'll try to watch the chat, but this is from CNN a while back.
Grateful, and we continue doing it. We continue asking for that, because when those leads dry up, where are we at, right? We want to find Nancy. This story of the FBI being blocked, the sheriff blocked, I would never. Why would I do that? Why would people are offering me help for free? The FBI, local law enforcement here, the state, all over the place, corporate America, Google, my own lab, which starts this. We have a lab here that we've worked with for, I don't know, 30, 40 years. I don't know when they started 30, 40 years ago, they may have had an office somewhere in Arizona. Now I guess they're in Florida, but that doesn't matter. That's a process. They go through a bid, they compete for it, they get it. This lab is a good lab. They've solved a lot of cases for us, but it never was about that, because the FBI, they have a good lab, solved a lot of cases for us. That wasn't the issue. The issue was simply this, and this is what happens every day here. We went out to the scene day one. We're there till, I don't know, all day Sunday, Monday, into the middle of the hours. But probably I was there till about maybe midnight, 1 o'clock. My team processed that scene. I'm going to say 8 or 9 o'clock that morning, they came in, gave a quick briefing. Here's what we got. We have all this digital stuff. We're giving it to the FBI. The story that, well, the FBI wasn't plugged in right away. They were plugged in right away that morning. We knew what their capabilities were. Why? Because we've always worked with them. We have people assigned way before this case. We've had people assigned to work at their office, at their building. And that's been for years. And it's because we have a good working relationship. So I can't allow somebody to come in and say things that will divide us. That's just something I can't, I'm going to stop. We are going to work this case as a team with our partners. There is no egos. Nobody's the lead. It is find Nancy. And so in this case, I think it was, some evidence was, we processed our scene, right? And we submitted our evidence. Our evidence was basically the biological, the fingerprints, anything for DNA, that type of stuff. The other evidence, the hard evidence that we look at as data, digital evidence, Maybe it's a cell phone, maybe it's a computer. We gave that to the FBI. We know their resources. We
Did that
know their
happen from the
talents.
beginning?
Right that morning, that very morning. I mean, it's a Sunday night, Sunday morning. They're working it all the way through Monday morning. So that's good. They're good. Now we're just sitting back waiting. If you recall, I think it was
Sitting back waiting. Now they're just sitting back waiting.
Monday all day. I started getting calls from the media to talk to me.
Now this was on February 13th. This night is the same night that Luke's house was raided, everyone.
figured I'd handle it like my local media. But I quickly realized that everybody was calling. My PIOs now have 400 email addresses in their systems from all this national attention. That's good. It's not a bad thing. But it makes it challenging for me to speak to you like I do my local media, where I can take time and talk to them. It's just too much. So I went from Monday morning, probably 8, 9 o'clock, all the way to 8, 9 o'clock that night and said, okay, this isn't going to work well. I need to find another way. So Tuesday, we scheduled the first press conference. Had very little briefing. We didn't have anything other than we have a scene. We process the scene. We're distributing our evidence to different places.
This interview is so eye-opening. I don't know if anyone's. This is a long one too. This is going on. This is we're gonna have to watch this again. This is crazy what he's saying. I've never seen him talk like this. This is the first time I've seen this video.
FBI, crime lab. And now we wait. So the questions came in. I'm a little guarded. There's no doubt. I'm not going to give up information that, one, I don't know yet. And two, I've got to learn more about our case from our team. But we hold the second one. 2 days later, Thursday, you all are briefed. We give you the timeline of that. And if you pay attention, because some of these reports are out there that I just don't understand, on day one, the first day you all were briefed, who was standing next to me? The SAC, the FBI agent in charge of the Tucson office, John Edwards. Every time we've spoken with you, John Edwards, Mr. Heath Yankee from the SAC, the special in charge for the state, he's there as well. So we've always done this. So this story about we don't get along, all that happened there was simply this: a glove's found. There's another thing. There's never been a glove found at that home, in that home, or around that home. This glove was found the other day, and it was found by a search team that's their job, is to go out and search that area and expand that search. But it was 2 miles away from the house. And it was a tip, it was a lead. We're not going to just dismiss that lead. You call us, you tell us, we're going to go out and we're going to take it seriously. And that evidence is processed. Today, we've gone out 5, 10 miles because we found a glove. Everybody's finding gloves. We've got gloves 10 miles out. I can't dismiss that. We still have to go and gather it, put it into evidence, and then we prioritize what goes to what lab. Quantico, FBI lab, they said, hey, we could send that glove to our crime lab, and you'll have, we'll get your DNA. I said, well, I think that adds a step to the process. Because see, if we send it to your lab's going to say, okay, give me all the knowns, right? The known Nancy's DNA, her family's DNA, the landscaper's DNA, the housekeeper, all those things we've already submitted to our lab, day one. So, and all those lab reports we get, immediately shared with both agencies, FBIS. Their labs gave us the digital information, those camera video, immediately shared with us. Yeah, so it's not like there's secret stuff. It's not like we're hiding. It just made sense. Why would, if I give it to your lab's gonna say, okay, I need those eliminators. Now we gotta send that there. Why didn't we send it there? That it just, and we talked to the FBI. Said, yeah, I think it's better this way. We do that with Rio Rico. We had a search scene there.
Let me walk through some of the other stuff here a second.
Okay.
The DNA tests that have been done. Has anything come back and pointed toward anyone in particular?
Well, no, we have DNA. So trust me, if we knew who it was, we'd be on it. But we do have some DNA, and we're continue to work with the lab on that DNA analysis.
Is that DNA that you have, you believe, might be the suspects? It just doesn't match anyone in a lab? Or
what we have is we have some DNA, and we don't know whose it is. So we'll keep looking.
Well, that's significant.
Well, it is, yeah.
And that was from the house?
I'm not telling you where it was. We have DNA.
Got it. Got it. I mean,
He's boxing right now. That's the thing. He's boxing.
we've been told that investigators are possibly looking for a white van in the neighborhood.
You know, so yeah. So what that comes from is this. We've had 18,000 calls in our lot. And that was a couple of days ago. It might be over 20. FBI had 14, 15,000. That's 30-some thousand calls. When we put that video out, that photo of that guy in the front doorway, that generated in a matter of hours almost 5,000 calls. Those leads, every single lead is looked at. So some of the leads could be, there's a white car, there's a white van, there's a white truck, there's all ring cameras. We go out, we get all the, and we see pieces and parts. So we're just chasing down leads. I've got 400 cops out there chasing down 30-some thousand leads.
But should people be
what they should do is just, if you have any information, whether it's from your ring camera or it's just you've seen something.
Now here is the thing. This was filmed, as you see, on February 13th in the morning. February 13th, the morning. Now February 13th is when they also did the raids around the evening time. Remember, at night it was raining, if you've been following the case. So he did this in the morning. And then that night is when the raid on Luke's house happened.
Something that is of concern to you, please share it with us. Don't dismiss it. Don't say it's something that, it's probably nothing. Let us have it, because this is a puzzle. We have pieces of the puzzle. They have, someone knows, someone out there knows who that man is.
How many hours of video do you have at this moment?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I just don't. I
Massive
can't.
amount, fair to say.
And it keeps coming. Because
The meeting, nothing's happening on the meeting.
Have you been able to figure out?
But I'll
what
pause it
route
so you guys can see. I don't want anyone to think we're missing anything. I do not want anyone to worry. I am watching every second. I'm looking. Is it starting? Is it starting?
For the upcoming primary election and any elections after that?
We'll get back to the meeting.
Board. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be here to actually speak to that. So for future elections, of course, we now have our portal, citizens portal, where individuals who present propositions to the county that the county is responsible for can now have citizens provide their arguments for and against anything that they put forward. So that is definitely a step forward. We are actually required to have that, but that's a step forward, as well as our new election night reporting. Got to highlight that, our new election night reporting, where you can actually see the results of the county's election right there immediately without having to go to the state's website to see it. Of course, with statewide elections, you still have to go to that site. One of the major things that we have implemented so far is the ballot proofing, which I'll have more information, of course, after we get.
Everybody, we will go back to the Nanos interview after this meeting. I know we're going to probably rewatch that again on another show, but what I'll do is I'll put the link, because I know some people are watching it, but this is what they're talking about right now.
Kind of transform things into what it should be when maybe shouldn't. So very small, minute, maybe formatting.
And thank you, Rescue Me, for the super chat. Thank you, Rescue Me. Nanos is accurate. He is friendly with the local Tucson FBI, but Nanos fears FBI folks from the outside might uncover. Good point. That's the thing. I didn't think about that. There's the local FBI, and then there's so thank you, Rescue Me. There's the national FBI up in Phoenix, and obviously other places. Thank you for that.
forward. The recorder's office and the elections department, we work very closely together. We communicate often before the election, during the election, and after the election. And so I think what we are looking forward to going forward is a better coordination of election day when we do have vote centers open and there are sites open for early voting, emergency voting on Monday. When we do our Monday night setup, a better coordination of how we transition from one part of the election to the other part before election day. We are in the process of meeting with libraries to ensure that everyone has an understanding of the two different functions, the two different offices, what the different requirements are, that the recorder's office is actually a separate entity who needs the space for 27 days, whereas the elections office only needs that space for basically 2 days. So we reserve it for the Monday to go in and set up, and then we reserve it for Tuesday. Lots of things to look forward to. One of the things that you can look forward to is the new law that is in place, and I'm gonna make this very brief, where individuals can drop off their early ballots at a vote center, have it ID verified. So we would verify the individual's identification. We would stamp that early ballot. It goes in a separate box for us, whereas that ballot now does not have to go through signature verification because we've already verified it at the vote center. And so one of the exciting things about Pima County is that we are already
Drove through the neighborhood to get to Nancy Guthrie's house.
No, no. All those things and possibilities are looked at, but yeah, I couldn't tell you.
And do you believe that the suspect's car has been captured on some video that you have?
We hope so, but we don't know that. We are still piecing together all those leads, and we prioritize. Right now, there's teams out working on leads and tips from somebody said this or somebody saw that, or the camera shows this. It really is just every single lead we come in, we try to.
Okay, we're the meeting. Can you hear me?
And we keep working them.
The meeting is going on.
Let me get
It's
back out
just,
of
they're
this.
talking about stuff. I don't know, trying to
Yeah.
keep you guys
Do you think the suspect actually
entertained.
Oh,
We're gonna go back.
Look, you have the video
There's the
in front of you
link
that I have.
to the meeting. If
That's all I can
That's all
say.
you have.
We want that. We want to know who he is.
thank you. I got it. I saw I was muted. Thank you guys. Awesome.
You said last week that there were multiple cameras in the house. The incredible work that was done to recover the video from the front door camera. Are there additional videos that have been recovered from the other cameras that you can see?
What I know is those cameras were given to the same company, I believe it's Google Nest, to say, look, what can you do for us? They developed that one. It was iffy for them. They at that time they said, we don't know what we can do. Same thing with the rest of it. They don't know, but they're working on it. I pray and hope. See, that was the other thing. Oh, you've had this video for years, for days or weeks. We had the video for probably about 2 hours. The FBI brought it to us and said, what do you guys think? We had to get that out. And we needed that out right away. We recognized its significance. And that has given us probably some of the biggest leads we've had.
That timeline you shared last week said at 2:12 a.m. something was spotted on camera.
Okay.
Have you been able to figure out what that is?
I don't know that.
Okay.
Yeah, I've
then,
not gone into that.
This has got to be the last one.
See, he's not into it. He doesn't even know what's going on in the case because he's just relying on his guys to do it.
Let me make sure.
Watch this.
This search is about to enter its third week.
Yeah.
As we sit here today, do you think Nancy Guthrie will be found?
Yes, I believe she'll be found. And I believe that we are working as hard as we can to do that as fast as we can. Sometimes it just doesn't work that way, but we are working hard. Like I say, you've got everybody out there not just my team, 400 cops. Those cops come from all over the state and the federal government, but we also have so many corporate America coming in and saying, what do you need from? I have the Maricopa County's Attorney's Office in Phoenix says, hey, we can send investigators. We have so many, Pima County Attorney's Office, there's so many agencies involved. And it is just crazy to believe that this sheriff would say, don't give this to the FBI. Don't, that makes no sense.
And last question, do you believe, there's been some speculation based on what was written in the ransom note, that the suspect is from the Tucson area? Do you have any
Ooh, good
So
question.
there you go. That's a perfect example. Ransom notes, who should handle that? FBI. We gave it to the FBI because we know they know that stuff. But it would be really inappropriate for me to respond or answer anything that deals with the evidence they have. We'll let them deal with it. When they find something, they'll share it with us.
And really the last question, I promise.
I promise.
When you look at the video of the suspect at the front door, what do you take away from that? What kind of qualities did you see in that person?
Oh my goodness. I saw what you saw. That
Come on,
somebody
Nanos.
out there knows who this person is. We need that information.
But did you think it was someone who was a professional, someone who was an amateur, someone who?
I saw what you saw. You have to develop that yourself. I have my own thoughts on this stuff. It doesn't matter. What matters is let's find him.
What the heck? It's hard to listen to him talk. Talks in circles. Jackie, you're right on that deal. I mean, it's back to the meeting. Back to the meeting. We'll have to rewatch that one later. Let's get back to this meeting. But thank you guys for tuning in today. We are in Vote Watch Nanos. Hopefully the vote will come in. They're going to all vote. If they all vote to have Nanos removed, I don't know what language they'll use.
Our locations throughout Pima County have a higher number of ballot drop-offs than they do actual ballots being issued. It is both a part of the benefit of having early voting sites in all of those locations, and a vote mobile is simply a
A
self-contained
vote mobile.
Well, I think we're not going to be able to agree on the how it was procured, because this was an agreement that was a pass-through item. No grants were listed. And we went through each Boss Air agenda item. No mention that this was X amount of money for the vote mobile. That's our
Vote
finding.
mobile.
I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on that. Moving on to observers. We
Pima
have
County.
a number of observers at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations, including the vote mobile, the recorders, country club
vote
office,
mobile.
processing center, the country club office, the main office, the Ward 2 office. Number of observers are listed at each one, respectively, 2, 1, 3, 3, 2. Are these, for instance, recorders, country club office, ballot processing center, number of observers, 2? Is that per day for the whole month? Since the voting is open for a month, what's the breakdown on that? And on the vote mobile, it only was available at a much more limited time frame, and it shows 2 observers. Is that also 2 per day or per week? Or what are the numbers of observers represent as far as participation?
Chair Allen, Board of Supervisors, that number indicates the number of observers that we had during the duration of that election.
Duration, what do you mean duration? The whole time there were 2 each day, or?
There would have been, and I would have to pull up their logs, but there were several observers who came, I believe, multiple days in a row.
Were there 2 observers there every day during that process?
No.
How many were there during the process?
We We don't, other than the information that's listed here, we're not breaking down that information because it is not required for us to have observers in order to complete our functions.
So there very well could have been no observers.
Yes. Their observers are not required for us to complete any of our statutory functions whatsoever.
Wow.
It is simply for their personal enjoyment.
Oh my gosh.
Under your title of challenges and resolutions under available voting options, are you open to placing ballot drop boxes, perhaps in Pima County libraries during their hours of operation?
Chair Allen, Board of Supervisors, I am currently in communication with Pima County Libraries about the placement of additional ballot drop boxes. We are talking about installing them so that they're available 24/7 during the early voting time frame.
Are libraries under consideration
Yes.
throughout Pima County?
Not throughout Pima County because we have a large number of libraries here, and each ballot drop box is very expensive. It is a $6,000 box for just the box. That does not include freight, taxes, placement, the waterless fire extinguisher, cameras, nor the couriers to empty them. So it is a very expensive option for us to have. However, in locations where there is high volume, or maybe in areas where it's low volume, in rural locations, we are looking at installing boxes in those additional locations. So currently we're in conversation with Ajo, Cells, Sahuarita, Oro Valley. We're trying to get the University of Arizona. It's not looking like it's going to happen this cycle. We may be bringing forth additional amendments to our drop-off options. We're hoping if we can move this through as quickly as possible that we could have those in place before the primary, but certainly before the general election.
Could they be placed inside the libraries? That way they'd even be more secure and easier to access and operate during hours?
I'm sorry, if I may, Supervisor Christie, these are very specific questions. I'm wondering if perhaps you could submit these in writing to the recorder and get answers to some of those specific questions, because I'm not really sure where we're going.
I've only got a couple, 3 more to go, and it won't take me long, Madam Chair. And if it gets to be that we can't get an answer, we'll be glad to do that. But just a couple of more questions. One of the
let him talk.
Issues was a website reporting versus Canvas report, and that the elections department caught a discrepancy in the number of eligible voters, and the elections department corrected the total that was in the discrepancy. How are you prepared to address those complaints?
Chair Allen, Board of Supervisors, I guess I would like to understand your further question. That issue has been resolved? I don't understand your question.
Well, I'm just going by what you say in your report. Does it say it's resolved? It says that there was some discrepancy in the number of eligible voters, as well as also in the single ballot affidavit return envelopes. And you say we are prepared to continue to address these complaints.
I see. My apologies for that. So the original number of eligible voters that we submitted to the elections department included a number of federal only national active voters who are not eligible for jurisdictional elections. It did not make any changes to any of the no ballots were issued to those folks. If they had come, it would have shown up as national active or federal only. And so we realized that we had sent the quarterly report. We're required to send those to the Secretary of State's office. And because this is such a rare, it's such a rare countywide election, it was my staff inadvertently sent the quarterly numbers, which normally would have sufficed. Again, this is specific to a jurisdictional, and so those numbers would have been correct for a federal election. And so we simply sent the wrong information. We completely
Oh,
owned to
just
that. We had a conversation with the elections
jeez.
department, and it was through our standard audits that we have multi-day audits after an election to ensure that all of our numbers match up to what they're supposed to. And if there's any reason that it doesn't, it's a red flag for us to take a look at the data. And that's exactly what happened. And so, yes, this has been resolved. It was resolved in time for the canvass. It was completely appropriate. It was completely resolved. It was simply a matter of those federal only voters being reported. And that was, again, it made absolutely no impact to the voters. No voters were impacted whatsoever. And we were able to resolve that. The other situation that we had was a difference in reporting for, it was the paper receipts for ballot turnovers. And so a paper receipt is issued after when we wheel over the signature verified ballots over to the elections department. We have a physical piece of paper that my staff sign and her staff signs, and they are then uploaded into our online website for public viewing. It is very specific that those reports are available and they are viewable to the public for transparency purposes, but they are not official. They are not the official results of anything. That is simply to show the number. There's a high interest in turnout, and that's what we use them for. Those individual receipts are individually scanned and uploaded, and sometimes they're uploaded within batches at a time, and every once in a while there might not be one. And through our audits, again, standard automatic thing that we do after every election, we make sure that we have all receipts, all T's crossed, all I's dotted, and we were able to scan that last receipt, and that was never an issue. It was resolved throughout the audit process. We did get a legal challenge, but I will say I can't say too much about that legal challenge, but it was in connection with the proposition of the sale of software or something of that sort.
Well, thank you for that. And my final question, Madam Chair, is I'd just like to point out that in your locations for the ballot drop-offs and future initiatives, we don't see any action in that regard in Vale, Green Valley, the Tanque Verde Valley, or really on the southeast side. And I'm hoping that that's going to be taken into consideration.
We will have an early voting location in Sahuarita. It's not a vote mobile. We are actually we're going to be there for multiple days within that region. And so that has been a conversation that I think there's a overall struggle.
Anything we can do in our district office to assist in your finessing that ability to get locations, of course, we're available. But I appreciate the fact that you're looking into that and trying to be as accommodating as possible. It means a lot to the folks out there, as you can imagine. With that, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Madam Recorder. And did you want to say something else?
Yes, can I just, Madam Chair, speak to the observers? So throughout the course of the election, the parties will provide observers. They will send observers to observe whatever processes we may be doing at the time. So we have our early ballot processing, and we have our tabulation processing throughout the election, and then of course election day. There is not always an observer assigned to the early ballot processing. It really depends on the staffing of the parties and who they can find to do it. So for me, if I were speaking, if you asked me the same question, I do not keep track of how many observers are there per day. We do know who's there. Normally there is someone in a tabulation room. They are always there's always someone in the tabulation room, and we try to ensure that they do have enough people to do that. But on a daily basis, we may not see someone in every area where we're processing ballots. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. I will just say thank you both for being here. Thank you for your transparency. Right. Both reports, I think, were a reflection of having strong internal controls and demonstrating that internal controls work. That's why you have them. You've reported them, and I appreciate your sort of prompt response as
everything's
items
perfect
are
with
identified,
you.
things to fix
geez.
and improve. And so I really appreciate the work
stand it.
And the accountability that I think is exemplified from both of your offices. And knowing that it has been a whirlwind of nonstop elections. So given all of that, much appreciation for all that you and your teams do. Thank you.
Oh, of course.
Okay. We are, I was asked if we could approve quickly an item that is connected to the audit. So that is item 32. And then I promise we will get back to call to the public, and then just the roadmap of where we go from call to the public. We are going to move from call to the public to item, which item is it? Addendum item number 3, which is the board oversight and potential responses concerning the office of the sheriff, because I know that there are people here interested in that item as well.
Here we go, guys.
So, going to the item that needed to be approved in conjunction with the audit, it is item number 32.
Charlie.
Item 32. I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? Supervisor Hines?
No, I was just continue to.
All right. Well, I just have to note that I will support the approval of this because it is contingent. It is connected to the audit, but I found it a little bit appalling. This is a state statute that I would define as sort of the white fragility state statute because it says, certifying that Pima County won't require an employee to engage in training, orientation, or therapy that presents any form of blame or judgment based on race, ethnicity, or sex, and further won't use public monies for training, orientation, or therapy that prevents any form of blame of judgment based on race, ethnicity, or sex. Because this is a state statute, we need to be in conformance. We are required, essentially, we have to approve this. But the absurdity of this law is even more evident today in a state that is facing a financial crisis, families that can't afford day-to-day expenses, and a federal government whose policies not only punish working people, but want to make people of color, women, and queer people literally and figuratively disappear. So it is with great objection that I am forced to approve this state requirement.
And this is 32.
This is item 32. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed. Item passes 4-1. No one said it had to be approved unanimously. All right. Now we will move back to call to the public. We have, and thank you for your patience, everyone, our next 3 speakers is just simply Regis. Then we have Lori Moore and Bruce Wheeler. As a reminder, 3 minutes to each of you.
After the public speakers, they did say they're going to go right to the Nanos thing. So
Hi, my name is Reyes Suarez. I'm not a paid speaker, though I am presenting on behalf of DFLOC Tucson. I want to thank you for having these evening sessions and allowing those who work the standard schedule an opportunity to voice our concerns. Today, I want to address AI surveillance. From 2019 to 2021 in Pima County, there were 4 ALPRs set up. From 2021 to 2024, there were 10 implemented. And then in 2025 alone, there were 227 put up on our streets. By January of this year, there were 60 put up. By that trend, there could be over 300 placed just this year, almost doubling that amount, total amount. According to the Institute of Justice Peace, there have been at least 14 incidents nationwide in which officers misuse access to these cameras for personal reasons, such as stalking former romantic partners, spouses, and even strangers that just caught their eye. Most of these cases were only brought forward when the victims themselves discovered that their license plates were searched by auditing the site haveibeenflocked.com. The same institute believes that due to a lack of sufficient auditing process, these incidents are likely to be much more prevalent due to this technology being so new and the general public not even knowing how to look it up themselves. We have allowed a system where law enforcement decides unilaterally on the powers they are allowed to wield with next to no transparency and no oversight. TPD and the Sheriff's Department claim this data isn't being shared with ICE, but Oro Valley has access to this data and is working with ICE. They even purchased 4 flock drones through the Homeland Security Stone Garden funding. You can't guarantee this data is not helping ICE round up our neighbors. The Fourth Amendment was clear that there were supposed to be protections blocking from unreasonable searches and seizures. All this data can be accessed without warrant, and it's much more than a lack of expectation of privacy. That's reserved for a static camera in a single location or perspective. These AI cameras are always watching and from inconceivable amounts of angles and locations. It's more in effect to GPS location feed, which is barred from retrieval without warrants or consent. And with only a limited period of time, these are constantly going. And I don't believe the 30-day limit exists. If you aren't willing to remove these cameras, you at the very least need to give the public a chance to express our concerns in a town hall setting. This board lost a lot of respect with the data center vote and recent knowledge of discretions from the sheriff. This could be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Moore.
I think we should order pizza. My name is Laurie Moore, District 1. I'm very grateful that we still say the Pledge of Allegiance before these meetings. To the Democrats on this board,
She's
I'm
a great
questioning your
speaker.
understanding of the word sovereign and your belief that the United States is a sovereign nation. Observations that I have made at these meetings make me question your loyalty to this nation and the U.S. citizens of Pima County. Mexico, for example, has flooded this country with drugs and human trafficking, yet there is a flag of Mexico hanging in the foyer, and no other foreign countries are so represented. In addition, the Democrats on this board have aided and abetted hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens to enter the United States, violating the law that says people fleeing for persecution must stay in the first landmass of safe harbor. It does not mean traveling across 2 oceans and 2 continents to get here. We also know that the liberals are fond of a saying, there are no illegals on stolen land, as if that slogan is going to halt ICE deportations. Your actions prove to me that the Democrats on this board believe that statement is to be true in word and deed. By funding the open border invasion in an attempt to rig elections and inject socialism and communism into this country, your actions do not reflect any desire to protect and defend the sovereignty of the United States. This is a violation of your oath of office and a violation to your commitment to uphold the U.S. Constitution and the laws of Arizona. You need to resign. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I also have a question regarding the recorder's appearance tonight. She said that IDs are checked, voter IDs, but I think there are many forms of ID, and I just want to make sure that they're clarifying the IDs prove citizenship to vote. That's my question. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bruce Wheeler, and then following Bruce Wheeler, our next 3 speakers and final speakers will be Paula Cortez, Reed Sperling, and JP Salvatierra in that order. Mr. Wheeler.
Wow. Well, good evening, members. Ever since candidates have run for public office, many have lied, cheated, and even stolen their way into office. In fact, a good number of present-day office holders across our land fall into these examples of untruthfulness and treachery. I would like to address your possible decision on whether to remove the elected sheriff from office. It is troubling to think that 3 elected individuals can unelect, remove from office someone else elected and voted into office by thousands of voters as well. I believe that if you judge to remove Sheriff Nanos from office, you would be acting against the will of the people, voters that voted for him. At its core, such action would be undemocratic, I believe. To be clear, I publicly endorsed Sheriff Nanos' opponent, Mark Napier. I was at the time a Democratic legislator. Mark is a Republican. And my God, how times have changed. So I am not an apologist nor a supporter of Sheriff Nanos. You face a wide slipstream of an issue, far more important at play here. It is about the democratic process and the vote of the people. In the case of treachery, dishonesty, or incompetence by elected officials, we, the public, are afforded remedies to such misbehavior. We can recall, we can vote them out of office, or we can impeach. In the sheriff's case, the former 2 options are available to us. In summary, with the anachronism of an electoral college, which strips us all of a democratic one person, one vote in our national election process, gerrymandering, which has been unleashed on steroids by both parties, I truly believe that if here 3, 4, or 5 of you were to vote to remove an elected official who may have or not acted dishonorably, but who has not committed a crime, you would be contributing to a most serious decline within our democratic fabric. That of our most cherished democratic values, the voice of the citizen, their vote. Such action may prove to be yet another serious blow against this already sorry collapsing house of cards, our democratic process. Please, I respectfully, to each of you, I urge you, reprimand if you must, but let the people judge and decide this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paula Cortez.
What are your thoughts after hearing that guy?
Evening, Chair Allen and members of the board. My name is Paula Cortez. I'm here with my son, Christian Cortez. My younger son, Jonathan, died on April 2nd at the age of 36. 16 days earlier than that, he had been released to the care of Pima County Adult Probation from Pima County Jail, where he had served a 90-day sentence for drug use. I am here because I feel strong responsibility to share publicly the series of events that followed his release, in the hopes that it never happens to another person in a similar situation. My son's sentence included a mandated door-to-door handoff from jail directly into residential treatment through adult probation, and both he and I were grateful for it. During his 90 days of abstinence, my son had regained clarity, physical strength, and hope for a sober future. He was eager to comply with probation. Tragically, the door-to-door handoff never occurred. In the morning of his release, instead of taking him directly to a residential program, his probation officer gave him a list of phone numbers, asked me if I would take him into my home, and told him to notify her when he found placement for himself. Nonetheless, he remained motivated and compliant, but abandoned. Then, a mere 5 days after leaving jail, Jonathan admitted to using both alcohol and drugs. The speed of relapse should surprise no one. What followed was an unsupported race to get him into a facility before the relapse spiraled farther. Communication from probation remained vague despite repeated requests for guidance, and meanwhile, my son became too sick to search for help himself. By the time I located a facility in Tucson that had a bed, he was already critically ill. He was transferred to Tucson Medical Center and died less than 24 hours later. The medical examiner confirmed that his death was caused by stroke linked to his recent drug use. Since my son's death, I have learned about the budget and staffing shortages and overwhelming caseloads affecting Pima County adult probation.
Exactly.
Overburdened officers lack the time to properly coordinate treatment placement. I cannot know what the outcome would have been if the court-ordered transfer directly into treatment had happened. But I do know that in its absence, my son went from sober, hopeful, and compliant on March 15th to terminally ill on April 1st.
The system is broken.
I feel a duty to bring to your attention how shortages in funding are leading to dangerous gaps for people at extremely high risk of relapse, recidivism, homelessness, and even death immediately after release from jail. The individuals,
What
their
I've been
families,
saying.
and our entire community are bearing the consequences. Thank
They
you
just
for your
let them
time.
go. Man,
Thank
give
you.
prayer hands for
I'm
that
sorry for your
woman
loss.
in her healing in the
The
chat.
next
for
speaker is
her.
Reed Sperling.
I'll be right back after him.
Good evening,
Be right back.
Supervisors. My name is Reed, and I'm not paid to be here. Pima County residents and communities across Arizona are fed up with the willingness of our elected officials to commodify and sell off our land and water for surveillance enabling big data centers. In the middle of rapidly worsening drought and the rise in heat deaths that you acknowledged today, data centers are now the main driver of a boom in the fossil fuel industry, causing these problems for Pima County families in the first place. Your constituents' increasing frustration with this untenable situation is shown in part by the disruption that took place at the law offices of Lazarus and Sylvan last Thursday. These attorneys are representing Beal Infrastructure, the developer of the Project Blue data center, widely opposed by Pima County residents and unanimously rejected by the Tucson City Council. Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Scott, when Beal lied to Pima County last summer about your contract with them, you did not speak out then. When Beal made a deal with TEP, planning to pay for hundreds of megawatts worth of new generators by raising our electric bills, you did not speak out then. When you had a chance to review the health impacts of Project Blue, you voted no. And when Beal was recently caught stealing water from the city of Tucson, you did not speak out then. Instead, you quickly stepped in to defend Beal's lawyer, Lazarus and Sylvan, after protesters played drums and carried signs inside their offices. Is this really where your priorities lie? As far as I'm aware, protesting remains legal and the physical safety of Lazarus and Sylvan staff was not threatened. I was watching their presentation to the Arizona Planning Association on Zoom. At the time, they were able to resume the presentation just a few minutes after the disruption began. The presenter said he wasn't sure he could have had a better introduction to his discussion of the history and politics of zoning. When politicians hand away their power to private industry behind closed doors, protests must remain focused on those in power by shifting that focus to private industry. This protest was civil disobedience in the proudest sense of the term, drawing attention to the representatives of wealthy developers who prefer to operate without accountability and who see Pima County as their personal monopoly board. Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Scott, you have no standing to dictate the behavior of your constituents, especially if they choose to protest a law firm that you appear to have close relationships with. I asked you this time last time I was here, and I am increasingly worried about what a truthful answer might tell us. Who do you work for?
Thank you. Our next speaker is JP Salvatierra.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, I'm here to identify
This guy always
2026 RTA Next non-existent canvas. In my last meeting before you, I mentioned that no effort was made to review, critique, or
We're almost there,
prudently
guys.
address the RTA Next Props 418, 419, and pose any effort to effect procedural canvas scrutiny. The Pima County Election Commission was not prompted to appear before the board to ascertain any action as prescribed by law regarding the duty taken to verify that the accuracy and logic, along with all requisite functions, were completed, along with any unusual potential errors of omissions, commissions, or unexpected flaws in vote
LJ, you said it
tabulation
right.
that occurred for your clarification and corrective measure taken.
No, Nanos is
In
in
fact,
his lazy boy, Heather.
The agenda item for an election canvas presentation was moved ahead by a full week.
Nanos
Then,
is in his
no
lazy
prescribed
boy.
discussion to affect your prudent oversight was made before a motion to close, move to accept with a second and a single member vote received by the clerk. 73
God.
seconds.
What is he talking about?
This was essentially the same effort and effect as moving an item to be reviewed at a later time because intentionality prevailed to forego the prudent following of procedure to demand a presentation by the Election Commission. Was something ominously remiss in the previous warning that you received from Mr. John Brakey, who made a call to the audience clarification? Ignorance of the law regarding your collective fiduciary duty to
I really
the
want
prudent
to
and
understand what he's
faithful
saying, though.
service to the public has been seriously breached. Was another politically motivated objective a possible rationale for the blatant misconduct? The act of voting is private. The adherence to the protection and preserving of undiminished tabulation of that vote is a pure and sacrosanct act.
Oh,
I pray that you don't
if Chat
perform any
GPT wrote this, man, we're
motivated
screwed.
actions
If
against
Chat wrote this,
Sheriff
we're screwed.
Nanos, as the true culprit in this is the HR over 10 years that never did anything to verify or create rescission of that contract agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeez, I have no. I mean, I really
There
I
are no
wanted to
other
understand what he
speakers.
was
I am
saying.
now closing call to the public.
Okay, here we go,
And
guys.
would any board members like to do any of the following? Request staff to follow up on any matter from call to the public, request that an item be placed on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism. No? Well, I have two kind of follow-ups. One is that I would like to understand the use of flock cameras within the county.
Oh, come on.
I
You don't
have been
know how
told that we
they.
don't have them, but would
We need
love to
them.
know whether we do or don't, and to what
Of
extent.
course, you don't want them.
And then second, I would like to know if there's more that we can learn about what happened to the young man, and what happened with adult probation, and why that handoff did not happen in the way that it was supposed to. Thank you.
Here we go, guys. Nanos time.
All right, we are now going to move to, and we're going to kind of take two items. We're going to hear, we're going to kind of look at the same time. Item number 25 from the regular agenda, that is the carry over or continued unfinished business item, the report from Sheriff Nanos.
Here we go.
And addendum item number 3, which is the board oversight and potential responses concerning the office of the sheriff.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I move that the Pima County Board of Supervisors declare the office of Pima County Sheriff as vacant and begin the process to replace the current sheriff immediately.
Hearing no second, the motion fails. Supervisor Scott.
What? They didn't
On
vote
the
on it?
advice of legal counsel, I move that we take no action to declare the office of sheriff vacant, nor to move for the removal of the sheriff based on Arizona Revised Statute 11-253. Also, on the advice of counsel, I move that we refer allegations of potential perjury by the sheriff to the Arizona Attorney General's office and to direct the county administrator to do so on behalf of the board. and that the board takes no position on whether or not perjury was committed.
I will second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain?
Item passes with four votes with one abstention.
Chair Allen,
Supervisor Scott.
since we're also considering item number 25, I think that the motion that we just approved unanimously with one abstention speaks for itself. But my chief concern with what's been going on within the sheriff's department is that our elected sheriff has taken no discernible efforts to repair relationships and trust within our largest department. I think the most telling example of that was the unanimous vote of the Pima County Deputies Organization declaring no confidence in his leadership. Yes, there were over 60 members of that organization who abstained, but nobody voted that they had confidence in the sheriff's leadership, and well over 250 of the members of the organization voted no confidence. That's very telling with regard to climate and feelings about the stewardship of the department by its frontline employees. Just as telling are the emails and letters board offices have received from current and former Pima County Sheriff's Department employees who have expressed no faith or trust in the sheriff's leadership. They've offered very specific examples of pettiness, favoritism, rash decision-making. To be fair, we have also heard from a number of employees who've expressed their support for the sheriff, but there really is only one person in that department who can bring all those people together. And again, it's our largest department in terms of number of employees, and that's the leader. He needs to take not just the first step, but the second step, the third step, the fourth step, the fifth step to try and bring up the level of climate within that department. You have to first admit the obvious, that there is a real crisis of confidence within the department in his leadership. Then you have to reach out both publicly and privately to both individuals and groups within the department, seeking their input and offering to engage in honest dialogue. Third, you need to offer, after those communicative efforts, you need to bring forth a plan to rebuild rapport, relationships, and trust, and ask to be held accountable for its success. Based on the advice of legal counsel, I believe, and obviously the majority of the board agrees, that we have the right to remove the sheriff, declare the office vacant. He met his obligations under the statute. But I think it's important that we make the referral to the Attorney General's office that we did.
He's not
And
going
what is
anywhere.
most important is that the sheriff take immediate action to repair the extraordinary climate of distrust and lack of faith in his leadership. Thank you, Chair Allen.
He's not going anywhere.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I want to acknowledge that for many people in our community, this discussion has been deeply personal and deeply concerning. I understand the genuine care that people have for the integrity of leadership within our sheriff's department and for the future of public safety throughout our county. And I also understand how difficult it can be to see your values reflected in a sheriff that you disagree with. I know this because I lived through it. When SB 1070 was signed into law in 2010, I was a college student in Maricopa County during
You
the
weren't
height
even
of
voted
Sheriff Joe
in, buddy.
Arpaio's power. Just blocks from my dorm room, I watched families and immigrants living in fear, and most importantly, I watched neighbors lose faith in what public safety was supposed to mean. What I learned during that time is that the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors was not the ultimate decider of whether Sheriff Arpaio stayed in office or not. The people were. and the people acted through the democratic process by recalling Sheriff Arpaio. I use this example because it's relevant to the conversation we are having tonight. In Arizona, county sheriffs are elected directly by the people every 4 years. They are not hired by a board of supervisors, and they cannot be removed by the board in the way a city manager can appoint or dismiss a city police chief. However, over the last month, this board exercised a narrowly defined oversight tool in statute to ask questions of the sheriff. Responses were submitted, those responses were reviewed, and our legal counsel has informed us regarding the limits of this board's authority to proceed with any further action. Moving forward, what this Board of Supervisors can do is continue to listen to the concerns of residents, taxpayers, and people across this county who want a safe place to live and who want integrity and accountability from our public institutions. And while much of this discussion has centered on one individual, public safety in this county depends on far more than one person. 1,500 of our 7,000 county employees work for the Sheriff's Department. They are the public servants answering calls, responding to emergencies, conducting investigations, and serving communities across our entire county. And this is where the board can and will continue to focus, ensuring that those public safety systems remain strong, stable, and responsive to the people we serve. The board took the concerns raised before our entire community seriously, and we used the remedies within our legal authority to seek answers from an independently elected county officer. This board will continue meeting its responsibility to the people of Pima County by investing in those 1,500 men and women in the Sheriff's Department.
You weren't even
who keep
elected.
this community safe every single day. That is our constitutional responsibility, and it is our obligation to the public. And that is the work that this board will continue focusing on moving forward.
He wasn't
Thank you.
even elected. Andres Canos, you were not even elected. You were
I want to thank
appointed.
my colleagues for your really thoughtful comments.
Oh, yeah,
this
so
has been
thoughtful.
a
I can't stand
challenging
her.
conversation. I think that the thing that I am clinging to, I think, holding on to, is the department. And I think, as Supervisor Cano alluded to, that it is the Sheriff's Department is our largest department in Pima County. And we rely on the deputies every single day. I represent a rural district, a district that is comprised of families who live out down bumpy dirt roads, seniors, immigrant families, other folks who call Pima County home. They rely on the Sheriff's Department for trust, right? That when they need to call the sheriffs will be there.
I cannot hear
That
it.
justice will be served. That there will be responsiveness. That there is accountability, right? These are essential values for essential services.
What are you
For some
talking
folks who are
about?
most isolated, for people who are most vulnerable, and people who live in fear. I want to thank the department for stepping up. I imagine that this has been an incredibly difficult process and will still continue to be a difficult process. Leadership is so incredibly important. And leadership from our sheriff is so incredibly important. And
From
I
you.
hope that what we see in the path ahead is true leadership that looks out for the interests of the full team.
It's not going to
That
happen.
looks out for the interests of
Not with
all
you
Pima
guys.
County residents and reinstates the trust that is needed in our community, in our Sheriff's Department. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you all for engaging
Oh,
in this
yeah.
conversation.
Of course.
And bringing it to the fore. Appreciate that. There's nothing else. We are moving on. We are going back to item number 11 of the regular agenda. This is a contract with the Arizona Water.
What are your thoughts, everybody? What are your thoughts? You're confused, Lee. We got Lee back in the chat. Oh my gosh. Lee.
What excuse did they have? I mean, what happened to Heinz? I thought he's. This is ridiculous.
It was all a show. It was all a show.
Yeah.
Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing's gonna happen. I mean, literally everything. And then you can see who's the one guy who stood up was the one Republican, Steve Christie to the left, and then the rest basically just follow each other.
I didn't understand. I thought Heinz was is against for Nanos.
Well, what they're saying is they're gonna send it to the attorney general, she won't do anything. So it's just they basically just did it to Nanos to give him a hard time. I honestly think that they knew they couldn't get him out. I told you guys to get him out was not going to be just like, and here we are. He's going to be able to ride out his, he could run again. At this point, he literally could run again.
No, he still got till 2029, I heard. So,
Yeah.
but, we still got that voting recall, right? I mean,
Yeah, but that's hard. I mean, that's 120,000 signatures, and you have to have them all notarized, and that's a lot of money too. So I mean, who knows? I think it'll happen, but those aren't easy either. But yeah, so here, I'll give a summary of what happened is,
yes.
wow. I'm just astonished right now.
I want the Attorney General to make that decision of whether to get him out or not. Is that what it is? Or do a recall? Or recall.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the chat in case anyone wants to come share their opinion. But what essentially happened, and let me think about how to explain this. So basically, the guy with the bald head right there to the left, Steve Christie, you see him?
Yeah.
He voted to have him thrown out. I don't know the words. I'll rewind it. Maybe I could rewind it.
I think he was the one who first spoke, I believe.
I can rewind it. But he voted, and then nobody voted with him. If they would have voted with him, then it would have been a whole different thing. And then, as you could see, that Rex Scott said, something about democratic, way to he was voted in, and so they all followed Rex Scott. For whatever reason, Heinz backed down because they said they're sending it to the attorney general. And we know the attorney general is not going to bring charges, is what my guess is. And so basically, as you could see at the end, then Jennifer Allen, who just recently got a haircut, she she said, we hope in the future that we see better, whatever word she used, better communication. And so basically she's smoothing it over, that's saying, we hope that you change in the future, and we know nothing's going to change. It might change better for her because she's trying to, push over her ideology. She's not a leader for all. She's only a leader for people who kind of like, you got to be on her team. She's a female version of Nanos.
Yes, yeah, it sounds like it, the way she was speaking.
Yeah, she's a female version of Nanos, in my opinion.
Is she an ex-girlfriend of his or something?
I don't know her personal life, but she was the director of the ACLU, and that's how she got elected. Is she used her sway because she used to be the director for the ACLU.
What's the ACLU?
I'll get the actual. The ACLU stands for American Civil Liberties Union.
It sounds like they're just prolonging this, you know, and the way you saying the future, better future. What do you mean future? It's been how many years now? It's been like, gee.
Well, and you're kind of hard to hear, Lynn. I don't know where your phone is,
Oh,
but
here.
we do
There you
have.
go. Is that better?
Yep,
All
Justine,
right.
welcome back in. Welcome back in.
Hi, Justine. I can hear her.
She might need to take the mute off.
Yep,
So
my
yeah,
bad.
basically a little summary of what happened is where we're at is nothing is going to happen. They supposedly sent the complaint or whatever they call it to the attorney general, and then the attorney general can file something about perjury. But it sounds like they're not going, nothing's going to happen. And then, you know, so to me, this was all just, it's kind of like it was a big distraction.
Everything
And
is a distraction, including when they had to send the DNA to Florida, is just to prolong the case while whatever the other end is trying to do, the suspect or whoever it is. And then
yeah,
eventually they know it will end up probably going to Conica, so on the east. So, but
yeah, it's crazy. It's really, yeah. Can you hear us, Justine?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on real quick. Come on in. The analyst case book. You should give her a follow. Everyone give her a follow. She's coming out with a new video. She said 857, the summary. The first motion was to consider the sheriff's office vacant and look for a new sheriff. And so that's what I was saying. Yeah. So the guy with the bald hair, he made that first whatever motion to make the office vacant, and they could have all voted yes, and they
Right.
didn't. He was the only one. And wait, he's going at it again. I got to see what he's saying real quick. He's going at it again.
About what we're doing at the libraries, which
To protect our Pima County in the county is interesting, if not troubling.
I want to hear him right here. Sorry. Watch this. And look at
Since
Jennifer Allen.
September of 22nd, out of the sole source procurement process, the procurement director approved an award of $250,000 back in 2022. By the same process, they
He's the
extended
only
it,
Republican.
and then in 23 they exceeded the amount another 192,000. On June of 23rd, through the same procurement process, they awarded another 250,000. In June of 24, they awarded another 250,000. And then in 25, April of 25, under the procurement process, they added an additional award of 250,000. So now the entire award has been well over $1 million. And it's to provide security guards that are trained to address professionally and to protect libraries.
Oh my
They are to
gosh.
pay Tucson Police Department off-duty officers to guard
$1 million.
and protect the libraries and the library staff, all owned by Pima County. The library is owned and run by Pima County. First of all, why are they using Tucson Police Department officers? Why aren't they using Pima County sheriffs? That's my first question. And second, we hear all of these issues with homelessness and crime and drug addiction and mental health, and we see all the numbers that our organizations, both in the city and the county, have gone out to do research on why there are these incidents of violence, why there are homeless camps, why there are people standing in the streets. Yet we have a very dire situation with our own county library system, where they have to have protection to the tune of well over $1 million over 4 or 5 years to protect the public and staff from individuals. And I quote, "These security guards are trained to address these situations professionally, allowing library staff to focus on service delivery rather than enforcement." We have a safety problem in our libraries. We just spent another, I don't know how many millions to buy a beautiful old bank building to convert it to another library that's going to have more problems, just like the ones we're having now that are costing us $250,000 a year in protection. Yet I hear nothing. All of the reports from our homeless and substance abuse and mental illness experts. We've got a problem with the libraries and nobody's addressing it.
Who kidnapped Nancy? Address that.
Why are we not addressing this and including this in the problem of homelessness and violence in our community, in our own libraries? And at very least, why aren't we using Pima County Sheriff's Department to protect our Pima County libraries with money?
And that's the thing. He talks about all these things going on in Tucson, and the most likely the suspect came from Tucson in Nancy Guthrie case.
Did he come from the library?
Well, no, but he probably came from the jail system, and so they probably have a photo of him. I'm hoping they do comparing, like computer AI comparing from the suspect photo at the doorstep, and then all the jail photos from like the last 5 years, and maybe they can get like a retina, something like maybe give them 100 people that would be close to it, and then they can investigate. It's a way that they could narrow down the group of people, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I guess I don't know what the problem is with the libraries and the need for the security. I'm just wondering if there's a big book snatching problem there. They need to guard
Oh
Mark
no, it's
Twain,
the
or what's going on?
drug addicts.
Oh, okay. They're preventing them from setting up camp in the library.
They go in there to use the bathroom, and they go hide in the back because it's air conditioned and stuff. So it's like they try and they do really. It's a problem. But yeah, as far as the lots of our a lot of our buildings get taken over, and it's a major crime thing, and it's kind of like a culture, and until the people have had enough, it's just going to keep continuing. So let me see the analysts. So the first motion was to consider the sheriff's office vacant, and then look for a new. That was not even given a second. And next was to send a letter to the attorney general, and we know nothing's going to happen out of that.
Why is that? I'm sorry.
It's just because, well, number one, our county, if it's talking about our county attorney, or if it's talking about Chris Mays, who's our attorney general for Arizona, they're both Democrats. So,
oh my gosh,
it's not that they couldn't, but I kind of tried to tell a story today of the last 10 years, and they don't. it's not worth it to them, right? And so to me, I mean, if I had to bet, I'm gonna check on Kalshi. We should all bet on Kalshi. You guys
No,
ever
well,
do,
what?
or not bet,
Sorry.
but I wouldn't say bet, but have you guys ever heard of Kalshi?
Nope.
No.
Anyway, it's a prediction thing. Anyway, but I predict that nothing's gonna change. But we'll see for sure. I'm interested to see what everybody else thinks, like all the pundits, the media.
Well,
Um,
I think, first of all, that this board of supervisors is a bunch of spineless snakes. They're a bunch of wormy creatures because they don't stand for anything. But to
Agree.
the analyst casebook's point, so what they're doing here is they're following Robert's rule of order. So if a motion is brought up, it needs to be seconded to go to discussion and vote. So when he brought the first motion and no one said anything, that's why they went to the second motion. Once that was seconded, it can be held for discussion and a vote.
that makes sense. So the Roberts rule is a government way that it operates and how to decorum, right? In
Yeah. Yep. Robert's rule of order.
Okay. Well, I knew there's a way that they do it, and he got a bunch of crickets when he did his thing. And then you could tell that everybody else kind of was in cahoots with each other else, and they all just went, you know what I mean? And so the point is you see, he was the only one, and then the other four fell in line with, followed each other,
Yeah.
and he's
Who
the only Republican. So they basically are talking behind doors. I mean, of course, they're going to do a little bit of that, but this is basically the Democrats didn't want to. It looks bad that they're taking out their own guy, right?
Oh my gosh.
So, to tell you the truth, this was a personal battle or a personal grudge that that guy Hines has. You guys saw the videos from earlier, from year
Yeah.
for and Hines, and then now Hines is having to step back because all the other people it's political. Hey, it would look bad for us to take out our Democrat. Um, so to me, we're back to square one. Nanos he's still gonna be in his Corvette driving into to work on Monday, guys.
so who is Big Red? The one in the middle. Who's that?
That's Rex Scott.
And he was the one that brought up the second motion, correct?
Yeah, so he's like he tries to play the fence on, like he tries to play like the more moderate Democrat out of all of them, but he's more
Yeah.
moderate, so he tries to be like, he knows everybody else is very like way left. I'm not being political, I'm just being honest. So he tries to be like, he's more moderate essentially, so he tries to stay on their team but also kind of try to agree. You see what I'm saying?
Well, right. But what they're doing is no flipping different than what Nanos is. They're deflecting responsibility. They're deflecting taking any accountability for anything. So they're like, oh, well, technically, according to the statute, it did, he did what he said he was supposed to do. When you heard Dr. Hines a freaking week ago say that he didn't do it under oath as was required, but we're just going to overlook that, just like we're going to overlook the fact that he beat the crap out of some guy and almost killed him. We're going to let him sit in office. And what we're going to do is we're just going to hand this over to our attorney general. There, we did our job. You're welcome. You're welcome. Like,
Well,
what
hey,
in the
wait.
hell is this?
Yeah. No, and here, it gets even worse. It gets even worse. Watch this. Watch this. Now, this was from 4 years ago.
Okay.
Coronavirus.
Sheriff Chris Nanos is making his position clear on the county's vaccine mandate for employees who work with vulnerable populations. In a letter to corrections staff today, Sheriff Nanos wrote in
Read
part,
this.
"The consequences have been laid out, the line in the sand has been drawn, and the clock is ticking. I implore you to do the right thing. Do what is right for your families, your loved ones, and the preservation of your lifestyle. More importantly, do what is right for yourself and get vaccinated." Pima County plans to send notices of intent to terminate on December 20th to employees who have not been vaccinated. The sheriff also said
This is just, it's so
He
disappointing all
made
around.
he made all the employees get vaccinated or they would lose their job.
contingency plans have been established to ensure the jail
I was
population
gonna say,
and all its
I
employees.
feel I'm not even freaking gonna go into the politics angle of it, because at the end of the
No, we
day,
can't.
you have
Yeah.
talking heads for the constituents that are behind the scenes. You have a bunch of people behind them saying, you better do this or this is going to happen. We don't know what those conversations are. I'll leave it at that. But what I will say is that Nanos failed Nancy, the department failed Nancy, and now this freaking board failed Nancy. Who is going to stand up to find where Nancy is and who took her? This is getting ridiculous. And I am usually upbeat and pretty happy, but I am flipping PO'd right now. So,
Yeah, I mean that's
ugh.
the thing. I feel you. Yeah, I mean it's
I
I
wouldn't
mean
give up on the recall at all. I think the chair should continue in doing that. You'll never know. And I know it's a lot of work to do, but
yeah, we
do
got a
you really
super
want
chat
it?
coming in. Yeah, exactly. We're not giving up. It's just 120,000 signatures is, I mean, they tried to do that to the mayor and they failed and it was only 25,000. So to get 120,000 is like, wow. But Rescue Me, thank you so much. Nanos is a small cog in the wheel. AG is Nanos friendly. So that's what I was saying is Nanos, they all protect each other. The only person who was really mad was Dr. Hines. And now they all kind of told Hines, chill out, man. You're messing with our big politics, right? You're big, just leave Nanos alone, kind of. We're gonna send it to the AG. And now look at Rescue Me. Thank you. Read about our county attorney Conover giving a murderer probation, another 1 year jail. Search Paul Cliff. Yeah, Paul Clifford. If you guys go to Google and search that case, that's the one that you know, I don't even want to talk about it, but it's really heinous. Father was basically went to go help some people that knocked on his door and they unalived him, burned him. I mean, it was bad. Anyway, so B Berry, thank you so much. Thank you, B Berry. And Rescue Me with another super Nanos. Did I read that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I
So
sent you one earlier.
you did?
Yeah.
I didn't see it here.
I know. I
Oh
was
my
waiting
gosh,
for you
I
to
did
pull it
miss
up.
one. There's Puya. Puya, I missed a couple.
Oh no.
Justina, I don't see yours. Literally, I do not see. I do
Stop
not see.
it. Under my channel name?
What's your channel name again? Sorry.
Pretty Little Clues.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, thank you. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it was the chat was going so fast earlier
Yeah,
that
it
it was
was. It
really
was.
hard to and that's kind of where, you know, maybe I'll bug the mods to tell me more when they come in because I miss them sometimes and I try to go back though.
It's bound to
But
happen.
here, just play the rest of this video because it is kind of, this is where he tells, you know, anybody who works at the jail. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they wanted to take it, so I'm not saying it, but they literally got fired if they didn't.
Will remain safe if the department loses officers. You can read the sheriff's full letter on our website, kvoa.com. Are reported COVID numbers at the Pima County Jail involving corrections officers inaccurate? One commander who works at the jail says they are and says the sheriff is giving the Board of Supervisors incorrect information. Here's News 4 Tucson's Lupita Murillo with both sides of the story.
It just never
Sheriff Chris
ends.
Nanos has been called untruthful.
It just never freaking. I just found this barely. Like I didn't have this saved for you guys. I just looked on Google for another video about Nanos, about something, and here we go
I
again.
think the board is used to this.
Oh no, it's something's going on. I seriously, I'm starting to think Nanos is paid off. You know, something's going on.
The sheriff
That's
denies
corrupt.
it.
Have we looked up his
Lieutenant Robert
salary yet?
Zuniga says he's
Because
brought
I don't know what kind of sheriff and what he gets paid, but who the hell's driving a Corvette around?
Well,
And why would you take
he's
it to the station? Like, come on.
yeah, it's weird. But he does an interview right here, which should be pretty interesting because he's just such a cartoon character at this point.
up concerns
Clown.
to his chain of command, including the sheriff, the high number of corrections officers who claim they've had COVID.
It's unfortunate, but a lot of times they may not have actually had COVID, but they wanted to use the leave. And so COs were self-reporting that they had COVID. Nothing was verified.
Why would anybody challenge somebody who says, I've tested positive for COVID? Lieutenant Zuniga is very clear in his writing to me that it is his belief that that's what's going on, but he has no proof of it.
Lieutenant Zuniga works in the medical unit at the jail and reports those numbers to the sheriff weekly.
Self-reported data and comparing it to factual data, which you just simply can't do that. You know, if
People
you're
are
going
calling them
to
out.
an accurate number, you're going to need factual data from the staff to compare it to factual data that we're gathering from the inmate population.
Today's report shows that the positivity rate for COs, that's 218 COs out of 414 total COs, the positivity rate is 45.4%. I would think that if it's just based on self-reporting, I would think those numbers are low, not high.
It comes down to this. Lieutenant Zuniga says without having factual data, it's impossible to track the number of officers who claim they've had COVID. The sheriff, on the other hand, says, who is he to discredit what the officers say?
See, another fight. It's always a fight. He's always got to have the last word. And
That was
here,
4 years ago, right?
yeah. Yep. And I mean, there's so many things I could go into that I'm not doing that tonight, but yeah, he's really the whole point of the show was to really point out that this has been going on. I mean, it's almost like I said, a soap opera. That's how long, like Young and the Restless or what are General Hospital, if you ever, and it just keeps going on, and it's always the same characters, and nothing ever changes, and you could leave for 10 years and it'd be the same people. And it's just, I mean, I have to laugh or I'd cry.
I'm like,
He was making $100,000 back in 2021.
how much? Sorry. Oh, can't
Yeah,
hear
the
you,
whole
Justin.
city got a pay increase. Even the mayor, everybody got doubled. The mayor was making nothing, and now she makes like 120,000. All the council members make, 90,000 or more.
Mm.
So, and we're $100 million in have a deficit in Tucson. $100 million deficit.
Wow.
This is just crazy. If I had the eyes of the nation on me, eyes of the world on me, to make a decision that is right for once, for freaking once in this case, and to fail at one thing I could do right in this case, I would be so embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for the
Yeah.
city, for the county.
But that's where you have to, and I'll go into it a little bit. You have to understand the politics of Tucson. Let me compare it to like Portland, right? You've heard about Portland, you've heard about Minnesota, right? I know you know Minneapolis, right?
Yeah.
And and
Oh, Minnesota. Yeah.
they protect each other. And so for for um for them, nothing comes out of Nanos getting fired, right? Like they could, it doesn't affect them. The only person that really wanted him out was Hines, in my opinion. Everybody else, and the other guy, what's his name, Christie. But it all comes down to the election, the next election, and if they can protect their party and their position, then they're happy, right? They get the money flowing, so it all comes back to money, and not really like what the public, because like this year our budget is just, you saw it earlier, billions of dollars, and so this is just distraction stuff.
Or we should
um
hire a professional pooper scooper to clean up Nanos' shit all the time because it seems like they're going to need one.
I agree. I totally
Sorry.
agree. So it's been, but the good thing is I'm hoping people understand like the dynamics of, because this is just what's the like what's the saying when you peel open an onion? What does the saying go?
Let's peel back the layers of the onion.
Right? And this is just so much of a small layer of a larger. I mean, if you guys know, and I have to be careful I don't get political, but
Don't
there's
do
just,
it.
I'm not, but there's just so many layers of Tucson that if it's finally coming out, but um that's what I focus on as well. So I'm kind of like, I have to bite my tongue. But anyway, what are you guys thinking about today's show? How are you thinking it went with Nanos and the guy and the speakers and all those old interviews?
Was the lady in the leopard print that same one? You always say she does a great job. I can't remember what her name is though. She spoke at the open forum.
Yeah, I want to say it's Karen, but maybe
You
I
know what
don't
I'm
know.
talking about? Who is that?
I don't know her name. I don't know her name.
Oh, now I can't hear you. Hold on, coming back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I had to refresh. Goodness.
Yeah, I figured out what happens is when I share like a page, it when I share a page, it like makes you guys not hear somehow. So I'll
Why'd you
just
do
have to,
that?
it's
Just
just a
kidding.
weird glitch.
It
Luckily
is
they
weird.
fix
Yeah.
stuff like that pretty quick. But I don't know. I think I'm gonna sign off here soon because I need to eat dinner at some point. But
Same.
I wanted to ask you
Eating
guys.
for wimps.
Yeah, right. I'm getting woozy over here.
I'm really sad right now after this. Jeez.
I know, and that's kind of like, I mean, as much as I kind of have been telling along, nothing's gonna happen, and I convinced myself today that something might happen, but I honestly kind of knew that, Lee, is nothing was gonna happen. That was my gut.
Don't forget
And
to ask Gutierrez about how many votes has he had so far.
yeah, I'm gonna talk to him tonight or tomorrow.
I saw him there, right? Am I right? I
Yeah,
think I
he was
saw
there.
him.
He
Goodness,
was
he's
there.
probably like crying.
I asked him if he was gonna
Oh my
speak. He should
gosh.
have spoke.
Yeah, I wish he did.
I don't know. Yeah,
I think
but
I shouldn't say that, but the three people or four, was it? Out of the five, I think they're scared or something.
yeah, a lot of people are disappointed in the chat too, which is I mean, I've been trying to like let people know that probably nothing will happen, and it's a distraction for something else. And but you know, it's gonna take um some other stuff to happen as far as exposing other things that are going on. Because as much as they picked on Nanos, there's other people that are just as guilty as him in
All
different
right.
ways.
I will say one more thing and then I will get off of here because you've been doing this like
I
for how
know,
many
right?
hours now?
Jeez.
But
Oh, I'm used to it.
somebody in Tucson, someone that has any authority needs to grow a pair of cojones and stand up to this bully. He is a bully and he has done nothing but butcher this case and let everybody in the nation, in the world down who's watching this case. We had one glimmer of hope
Exactly.
that the Board of Supervisors was going to freaking do something and they didn't. Somebody in Tucson grow a pair of balls and do something about it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yep.
Hallelujah.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, I just saw Alex showing sheriff's house. It's amazingly huge. Like it would be 1.5 million here in North Phoenix, but the house shows it's only worth 700,000 almost. It's a
Yeah.
nice big. No wonder the homes are so cheap. I mean, relative to where I'm at, it's because the crime is so high in the
Yeah.
Tucson.
Well, here the way it works in Tucson is there's not a lot of jobs. So
Mm.
like young families can't really afford anything in Tucson because there's not like a lot of good jobs. So but the people that can afford are like that house, right? I can't even see it, but I can imagine because I know the area. Um, but a lot of people will leave from California once they retire and they come here and they can get a big old house like that for 700,000, and they sold their small little house in California for 1 million.
I know.
So, well,
Yeah.
Lee,
I'm gonna take off too.
Justine, thank you guys for being in the panel today.
Blessings to all.
Yep.
Thanks for
Have a good
having
night.
me. I'm gonna
Blessings.
head over to my channel if anyone wants to come over there. All right. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Go get some food.
Yeah. Text me a link to it just because I
She
forget
left and I
stuff.
can't hear you anymore. But good night.
Good night. All right, everybody. We are pretty much wrapping it up. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything in the um that I wanted to show everybody. If there's anything huge in the queue, I don't see anything. I think I'm nanosed out for sure. Nanosed out. All right, everybody. I am heading out for the night, but let me give a big shout out to all the super chatters, the members, new members, the super stickers, and everyone who just hung out, hit the like button, shared their heart, their opinion, their views. We tried I tried to just educate on all the history of Nanos and where we are today, which it looks like he's going to keep his position. But you know what? Life goes on. Take some deep breaths. I'm a little bit disappointed, but I didn't expect anything. And a lot of people are expecting something to be done. And that's what the disappointment comes in, where you expect something to happen and then nothing. So, all right. Well, old gas, it looks like I'll do a little summary. We are Nanos probably nothing gonna happen. They are gonna send his file or something to the AG, and we will. Looks like Nanos is gonna keep his position. So, is the Pima County page on X real? I think so. I think so, Mel. Peace out, Larry. Good night. Good night. All right, everybody. I'm going to get some dinner. Thank you guys again, all the support for the channel. Go check out all the other YouTubers. Tell them I said hi, and I will catch you on the next one. Again, thank you all the people with the super chats and the like buttons. Good night, and I will catch you on the next one. Peace and love.